a very warm welcome to everyone. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? You know what? After the COVID times, physical presence and such events are really remarkable, primarily because now we can hold the events in the hybrid mode. So, welcome everyone. It's my privilege to welcome everybody to this National Conference on Earth Day 2026, where we deliberate upon plastic toxicity to Earth and ecosystem and talk about mitigation strategies convened by Professor Dr. Tanu Jindal Tejaswani ma'am, who is the director at the Amity Institute of Environment Toxicology and Safety Management at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, they say that Vishwa ka Bharat, Viksit Bharat बनेगा 2047 का भारत अर्थ डे पर क्या कहेगा, that the plants and the trees look deep into the nature and that we understand the earth better, and that is why we talked about one earth, one family, one future. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Amity University, a research and innovation driven university. Today, under the aegis of Amity Education Foundation, we have 12 universities in India with more than 16 global campuses and more than 28 schools and preschools, all following the ideals of our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, who believes that every Amitian has to be a nation builder. And our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, who believes that together we can change the world. But together, how do we do that? Let us all become those agents of change. With that, I welcome everyone to this National Conference on Earth Day, which is hosted by Amity Institute of Environmental Toxicology and Safety Management in association with the Ministry of Earth Sciences, National Environmental Science Academy, Vibha Life MOEFCC, on the occasion of the 56th Earth Day. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is what we talk about. Our values and sanskars do not only talk about self, it talks about the world, and that is why together let's celebrate the Earth Day. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to welcome all the dignitaries on the days. It's with great respect that I invite Dr. Sumit Sharma, Program Officer, UNEP India, to be seated on the dais, sir. Let us have a round of applause. I invite Dr. Bhupesh Sharma, CEO and Project Manager, Shri Ram Institute for Industrial Research Technology, Business Incubator, Delhi, to be seated on the dais. Welcome, sir. Let's have a round of applause for sir. We have with us Dr. Jitin Rahul, Assistant Professor, Department of Environmental Sciences at Sharda University. Welcome, sir. Please be seated on the dais. We have very young and dynamic Ms. Satvika Krishnan from Paryavidhi, who's on behalf of Sanjay Upadhyay, sir, requested to be seated on the dais. I'll request Professor Dr. Tanu Jindal Tejaswani, Director, Amity Institute of Environmental Toxicology Safety Management, to be seated on the dais. Let's have a round of applause for all the dignitaries on the dais. Oh, really, that's great. I invite Professor Neelu Jain, ma'am, from Chaudhary Charan University, Meerut, to be seated on the dais, please. While we talk about Viksit Bharat, which is not just economically strong, it is environmentally conscious and globally responsible, the path to becoming a global leader begins with protecting our earth. And that forms the basis of celebrating this National Conference on Earth Day. Ladies and gentlemen, गुरु और शिष्य परंपरा से प्राप्त गुरुओं का आशीर्वाद, गणपति की सहज और सरस्वती की प्रेरणा से चलिए आज इस प्रोग्राम का उद्घाटन करते हैं. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed to light the ceremonial lamp. Ma'am and sir, please proceed for lighting the ceremonial lamp. With that, the invocee, I request Ashutosh Singh ji and Aditi ji to also join lighting of the lamp. And I अज्ञानता से हमें तार देना ने जानी वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी मुनियों ने समझी है मुनियों ने जानी वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी हम भी तो समझे हम भी तो जाने विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ इशार दे माँ इशार दे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ इशार दे माँ इशार दे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ इशार दे माँ इशार दे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ. Let there be light, and let there be no darkness or ignorance. By invoking the goddess, let us all proceed on the path of light where we see the light. The path to victory begins with seeing the light of knowledge. With that, we meditate on the glory of the Creator in all our physical, causal, and the subtle forms. Thank you, everyone, for joining the lighting of the lamp ceremony. यूनाइटेड नेशंस का एक बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रेरक वाक्य है, पृथ्वी किसी एक देश की नहीं, पूरी मानवता की साझा धरोहर है. For development is meaningful only when it sustains the earth for all generations to come. That sets the tone for the National Conference on Earth Day, where we deliberate on the plastic toxicity to earth and ecosystem, talking about mitigation strategies, convened by Professor Dr. Tanu Jindal Tejaswini ma'am. Thank you all. With this, we now set the tone of the conference, and we are so humbled to welcome all our guests on the days. I'll now request the convener of this conference, Professor Dr. Tanu Jindal Tejaswini ma'am, to welcome all the guests with the Tulsi sapling. I'll request Krishna ji to help us. Ma'am, I'll request you to welcome Dr. Sumit Sharma, Program Officer, UNEP, India. Today, he will be talking upon marine plastics pollution, talking about issues and solutions. This Tulsi sapling is a token of our present from the Amity University, where we also always talk about our green campuses. Tulsi sapling. Krishna ma'am, can you bring the Tulsi sapling? Thank you. I'll request Tanu Jindal Tejaswini ma'am to present the Tulsi sapling to Dr. Sumit Sharma, Program Officer, UNEP India. Welcome Dr. Sumit Sharma at the portals of Amity University. In the same breath, I'll request ma'am to present a Tulsi sapling to our panelist, Dr. Bhupesh Sharma, CU and Project Manager, Shri Ram Institute for Industrial Research, Technology Business Incubator at Delhi. This Tulsi sapling showcases our green initiatives at Amity University. All our campuses are green. These are okay. This is ajwain, a medicinal plant which we all use in everyday cooking. Yeah, of course they are green. Yes. In the same breath, I'll request ma'am to present this sapling to Dr. Jitin Rahul, Assistant Professor, Department of Environmental Studies at Sharda University. I'll now request ma'am to present another medicinal plant to Ms. Satvika Krishnan, who is Senior Associate at ELDF. Thank you, Satvika, for coming. I'll also request ma'am to present a sapling to Professor Neelu Jain Gupta from Chaudhry Charan University, Meerut. Of course, no plastic toxicity, only medicinal plants. I'm sure the students are making notes of everything because this is the time to learn and to deliberate. Well, they say that the path to becoming a global leader will begin with protecting our only home, which is the earth, and that is our earth. So let us talk about today's conference. Now, To set the tone of this conference, I will invite on the stage the convener of this conference, Professor Dr. Tanujendal Tejaswini ma'am, who holds a PhD and has more than 30 years of experience in environmental sciences, technology. She is currently serving as the director of 5 Amity Environmental Institutes for Academics and Research. She is a fellow of National Environmental Sciences Academy and also been conferred with the Environmentalist and Scientist of the Year. Many more awards are there. But then I would like to talk about her ongoing project in Antarctica. Students, have you heard about Antarctica? Can you understand that there is a project which is convened by Madam Professor Dr. Tanu Jindal ma'am? She holds a patent in water testing and also in different areas. She has a great profile, and if I read the profile, it will take me so many hours. But then you can see on the screen that she has been the editor of the year awardee by MTRS. She is an expert in ISO 17025, GLP studies, radio and stable isotope tracer techniques, heavy metal pesticides, and whatnot. She has completed 12 projects where on ocean, in water, in air, and land pollution studies from the Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Earth Sciences. Please welcome Professor Dr. Tanu Jindal Tejaswini with a huge round of applause. Ma'am, I request you to present the opening remarks.
Online going, it's been watched by several campuses of MIT, 12 in India and 6 abroad. So the vice chancellor, the HODs, deans, and this is also been broadcasted. We have sent mail to all ministries in India and as well as various universities. So I'm sure you all will be benefited from the deliberations of our eminent dignitaries, which have been all have been handpicked on the basis of their expertise in the plastic pollution, maybe toxicology, remediation, or mitigation strategies, laws, policies, etc. So, welcome all again on this day of Earth Day, which we celebrate every year. In fact, when I joined MIT, first time, we celebrated Earth Day and Water Day, Environment Day. We have Ocean Day to celebrate, and we then convened the tradition of celebrating various UN days. And now we celebrate almost all UN days being organized by various departments, be it humanity, be it engineering, be it education. So, in our natural resources and environmental science domain, we have one Mahotsav. We also have Environmental Health Day. Likewise, we celebrate several Earth days, and then we also try that we fulfill the meaning of celebrating these days. For example, in today on Earth Day, we are distributing 150 plant saplings of medicinal plants, courtesy NCT of Delhi, who have given us these plants, and Department of Environment Protection. So I will come straight away. So last time Alphonse ji was there with us and on Earth Day. So this is last year's program. So I will straight away come to our MIT Education Group slides. We have 12 campuses in India and 6 campuses abroad. Here you can see the first one is our MIT campus Noida, then the White House of Lucknow, that is MIT University Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. Then we have Rajasthan campus AUUR. We also have Manesar campus AUH. Then MIT University Gwalior, MIT University. Recently, I visited MIT University Patna, and I tell you, this is one of the most happening campus I saw in a very few years' time. 2,553 students are studying in that campus. And whenever I go to different campuses and places for my presentations, make it a point to visit all the campuses, be it Long Island campus, be it our San Francisco campus, be it Dubai campus. And all campuses are thriving with the energy and vision given by Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who says when God helps someone, nobody can fail. And he gives the mantra of Bhag. It is all about behavior, attitude, hard work, and God. So, and you can see our dynamic chancellor, who is the, I would say, strength and energy besides doing anything we perform. Yesterday till late evening, he was there finding about the program, morning, first one to call, how is the program going on, all set, any help you require. And he's such a visionary chancellor that he has established the biggest campus even in Dubai. MIT has the biggest campus in Dubai. And I would like to have a round of applause for our visionary leaders. And Dr. Asim Chauhan, he is chancellor of 6 campuses, and also he is developing global education research hub in Long Island and Presidio Graduate School in Sustainability. So I proudly say that MIT is one of the biggest in environmental science domain. We call it natural resources and environmental science. This is the name given by our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balwinder Shukla. Because of her busy schedule, she is not here, but she is listening to me online. And we have 9 institutes in it. In 2007, when I joined MIT, I was asked to establish environmental sciences. But we started with the research institute, environmental toxicology, safety and management. And there we brought several projects from industry, ministries, and with the help of these projects, we scaled up on the academic programs like BSc Environmental Science. We started reverse from PhD to MSc, then bachelor's program. We also have Wildlife Institute, we have Geoinformatics Institute, Global Warming Ecological Studies, Green Technology, Water Technology, Antarctic Research of Studies, one of its own kind in private initiative, and Environmental Health and Sciences. I hope my fellow colleagues and the dignitaries of the dais will agree. I have not seen any other university having such a big department with so many courses. We have PhD in all these institutes, we have master's program, we have MTech, we have bachelor's program. Besides this, we are teaching all undergraduate students in MIT across the campuses, UGC 4 credit course, so which is very commendable. And we have huge human resource which are working with us to become green ambassador of the nation and to be the best citizen for the sustainable world. We have several projects which have been finished with Ministry of Earth Sciences, drains in Delhi. We have finished projects with the DOT, Department of Telecommunication, and DST on what is the impact of 3G radiation on brain. Then we have our own air pollution monitoring station near gate number 1, which gives us minute-to-minute data of the air pollutants, every parameter, PM 2.5, 10 to SOx, NOx, ammonia, ozone, and we do modeling, and we also give episodic events for the air pollution if they are coming. Then we also have several projects worked on forward osmosis membrane which have been finished. Then pesticides in Ghaggar, Hindan and Yamuna river. Also we have project on in Antarctica which Sumitra kindly mentioned about it. This is a dream project of our honorable founder president along with mine. We are working with National Center for Polar and Oceanic Research, and we have participated in environmental monitoring program along with IIT Mumbai, us and NCPUR. We have seen POPs in Antarctica. We have seen various kinds of pollutants in Brookness and Grosvenor Peninsula, where in 16 lakes we found trace levels of pesticides as well as persistent organic pollutants, which is very alarming that man has even polluted the most pristine land in Antarctica on the earth. Similarly, we have projects from MFCC, DST. We have finished several projects. We have developed an instrument called lysimeter. You can see 2 people standing over there. This is very, very important equipment where we have found a great, we have got the patent also granted on it. We are doing leaching studies, how much of the pesticides or any pollutant going down in the groundwater, we try to find out in advance so that we can work on their disposal studies as well, bioremediation studies. We have developed various patents. These courses I have already discussed. These are the various projects. And the recent project is on valorization. We also keep getting several grants for doing all these conferences, and this conference is supported by Ministry of Earth Sciences. We have ongoing projects. The latest initiative is seaweeds in Antarctica. This is a very promising project where we will be uplifting the livelihood of the people living in in Andaman Nicobar. So you can see that we have not left any continent on this earth where we are pursuing our project. So in this we will be producing nutritionally rich products which can be produced, and the social ladies would grow this algae in the ocean area. So this will uplift our blue economy. And we are also working constantly with our Mauritius campus of Amity, wherein we are going to have a satellite campus on oceanography and atmospheric sciences. This is another ongoing project where from Southern Ocean Expedition from Mauritius to Antarctica and back, here we have taken 32 samples even at 1000 feet depth, and we have developed some antibiotics from the extremophiles. Extremophiles are organisms which are very hardy in nature and they can survive in any environment, and if you develop antibiotics from them, they cannot develop resistance early. So currently the problem is that many of the antibiotics have developed resistance. So we have found success in developing two strains which have antibiotic potential. This is the lysimetric studies, and we have also studied plastic. Today's plastic. We have studied the phthalate leaching in groundwater through these lysimetric studies, then chromium, etc., TiO2. This is the project I said on 3G radiation, and we have found the apparatus is this apparatus is also patented, that DNA damage, the tailing you can see, happens after 4 hours of continuous exposure of the mobile usage. This is, I said, on pesticides and Ghaggar, Hindan, Yamuna river. You can see more than 50% samples are contaminated. But is there any solution? Yes. We have given recommendations that synthetic pyrethrites, they have ready biodegradability. So we can switch to the new molecules of pesticides and obsoleting organochlorine and organophosphate pesticides. This is the 16 rains of Delhi where we have studied, and how much is going down in the groundwater, and how much, what recommendation we should give. We have given recommendation for decentralization of STP plants. And on our recommendation, I am glad to share that 34 STPs has been sanctioned in Delhi, because if we stop putting in Yamuna river, Yamuna will clean itself in the next flow. So this is the commendable effort by our team. We have shown that groundwater, so many things leach down, heavy metals, chromium, nickel, and this is one of the success of our research. Then we have also studied air pollution due to open drains. India is the only country where sewage is carried through open drains. So you can see this when it is smelling so bad, what impact it does have on our health. So we have given recommendation for its concretization as well as covering of the drains. This is our air pollution monitoring station. This is our Southern Ocean Expedition photos. You can see the whole crew of 65 members. They visited our Amity Mauritius campus later on, and twice we have held the conferences and brainstorming sessions there. And I'm sure we will soon develop the Oceanography Satellite Center in Mauritius. This is our Antarctic Bharti station. Can you see in the back? Dr. Anuj and Dr. Abhishek has been there. These are the persistent organic pollutants concentration in the lakes. And we have several patents filed. Around 12 patents are filed and 6 are granted. This is the herbal pesticide which we have made on acetylcholinesterase inhibitory activity, which is the reverse of OPs. Water testing kit has been developed. School children, this kit you can use and you can test around 15 parameters in just 100 rupees. For one sample, a lab takes around 12,000 rupees. I would request Mrs. Ghosh that, if you can take this water testing kit as a teaching tool for titrometric and mathematical formula teaching, this can also be used very well. So I think there is a lot to show, but I am waiting for my dignitaries and eminent speakers to speak. So I will just show few of the glimpses of our earlier events on Earth Day, Water Day, Event Day, and we have been calling various dignitaries who give solutions and also directions for our future course of action. What we should do with such huge human resource we have at MIT of doctoral, bachelor's, and master's level, who will become our future green ambassadors. You can see our dynamic chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Arjuna Meghwal ji. I welcome Dr. W. Silva Murthy. He is Chancellor of our MIT University Chhattisgarh, and also he is DG STIP MIT Science Technology Innovation Foundation, and he is my ideal. Maybe I follow him for my career growth, and so this we also do campaign on say no to firecrackers. We do socio-economic activities and have a feast together instead of polluting the environment. So there are various programs, and we have 6 books with Springer, various conference proceedings, and going the bicycle way is our motto. That you can save energy, you can save money, and you don't need to go to the gym. You can gain health. So we promote bicycle as a vogue, as a fashion. We have well-equipped laboratories for soil, water, air sample analysis, toxicology labs, and you can see our dynamic chancellor and honorable founder president, and our mother, our chairperson, Dr. Amita Chauhan, with us. She is chairperson of over 50 schools, India and abroad, and she is example for all ladies like us. I will not speak on global plastic pollution scenario. I will listen to all eminent dignitaries. And our punchline is save earth to bring birth to the new birth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. That was really beautiful. Well, we are so proud that there are great women scientists like Professor Dr. Tanujendra Tejaswini ma'am, who is contributing in Amity and also towards Viksit Bharat. Let's have another round of applause for ma'am. It's great to have great women scientists in our country, and also it's a proud privilege to have none other than Dr. Selva sir, who's a great scientist, not only of our country but of the world. Round of applause for Selva sir too. Thank you, sir. Your presence has added value to our conference. And also with that, I remember Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Honorable Prime Minister of our country, who says that the future of the world depends on how we care for the earth today. And well remarked by Dr. Tanu Jindal Tejaswini ma'am that for a new birth, you require to save earth. Well, everyone, this conference is remarkable primarily because it doesn't just talk about here, it talks about globe on all the pedestals of land, water, earth, and soil. So we have a small curtain raiser. I'll request the IT host to play the curtain raiser for this conference. With this curtain raiser, we understand the different facets of this conference. For sustainable development is not a choice. It is the path to peace and prosperity. Here, the curtain raiser. That's really wonderful. Thank you, IT team. Well, there is a great sustainable thought that says that when nations unite for the planet, humanity finds its highest purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I warmly welcome and invite our distinguished speaker, Dr. Sumit Sharma. He is presently working as a program officer and deputy head at United Nations Environment Program India Office, handling activities related to air pollution and marine plastics litter. Before joining UNEP, he was a senior fellow and director of Earth Science and Climate Change Division at Delhi. He graduated from Delhi College of Engineering and received his MTech and PhD degrees from IIT Delhi. He has an overall experience of more than 23 years on about 100 projects related to environment and air quality management, involving scientific research assessments, policy advocacy, outreach, capacity building, and awareness generation. His scientific work includes assessments based on environmental monitoring, emission inventorization, urban and regional scale air quality modeling, and air quality management planning. He has worked on air pollution source apportionment studies and developed air quality management plans for different cities, regions in India to address regional and urban scale particulate and ozone air pollution. He also contributed to development of National Clean Air Program of India. In 2019, he has contributed to more than 100 reports, review papers, impact research papers, etc. I would now invite Dr. Sumit Sharma sir to the stage to shed light on marine plastic pollution issues and solutions.
Can I just hear? Can I have my presentation? Presentation. मैंने डलवा दी सर इसमें फर्स्ट लगा ना ठीक है मैम बस फुल स्क्रीन कर दी ठीक है एक सर Thank you. Very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, and thank you, Amity, Professor Jindal, for inviting me here. I'm working at the United Nations Environment Program, which is a global entity trying to promote, you know, control of resources consumption and its impacts on on the environmental parameters, whether it's air, water, or any other natural resource. My talk is more relevant for the people who are sitting at the back, the youth, the students of MIT and other schools, and not just because they are young, but because they probably have to bear all the brunt of what we have in our lives and what historically has happened for deterioration of all the resources, natural resources which I'm talking about. I'm going to focus my energies on plastics, which is a very common material used these days, and was promoted as one of the most durable, flexible, economical material, but had come out with its implications, very serious implications over environment and human society. Just to tell you that United Nations Environment Program works on these three broad themes. We call it triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And today I'm going to speak more about pollution, as I said. But let's talk about some positive stories and why we are all here. It's not that everything is lost and there is pollution and we are not able to do anything. There's a lot which has happened in last 30, 40 years. Whether it is shrinking of the ozone hole, we had the ozone hole which was causing a lot of UV rays to pass through and cause implications on human health, but that has been shrunk down by the efforts of scientists and the industry in that direction. We have ended the use of almost ended the use of leaded fuel across the world. Now, lead is something which causes a lot of reduction in cognitive abilities and impact on brain and other parts of the human body, but that has been eliminated. So a lot of efforts have been made, and believe me, millions of lives have been saved because of the efforts of scientists who are working the world, including scientists in Amity University who are contributing to this cause. But despite that, there are new issues which are popping up, and one of them is plastics. And let me talk about marine plastics more, and why this becomes important is the fact that you use plastics, you throw them, and when it is not properly collected, segregated, it sometimes reaches the water body next to you, some nala or some canal going next to your neighborhood, and then it reaches rivers, and then eventually it reaches the marine environment. And once it is in the marine environment, it is not a local issue anymore, it becomes a global issue because oceans are connected. Madam just showed you that things have reached Antarctica. Why and how it has reached Antarctica? Hardly anyone living there in Antarctica. It's all of us who are, littering, who are, not collecting or segregating our waste. It's entering into the environment and eventually, leading to these places which are so pristine and have probably not remained so pristine after all this. So plastics, if you see the total quantum, 9 billion tons. We have 8 billion people living in on this earth, but by now 9 billion tons of plastics have been produced in this world, and every year about 10 to 14 million ton of plastic is leaking out in the oceans. Million tons, 10 raised to power 6 tons we are talking about every year. Unfortunately, these plastics which we use are not properly collected, segregated and processed, and that's why the recycling of plastic is happening at a very low rate. At a world average level, it's only about 10%. That means 90% of plastics is not getting recycled. It's ending up somewhere in the environment, either in a landfill or in a river or in the deep oceans. And that is why this issue of plastics has a lot of relevance, and I think youth has a very important role to play, and I'll come to that in a while. Across the world, every year about 500 million plastics are consumed, but in next 20-30 years, with the trajectory it is growing, it can be almost double of what we are doing. Can you believe? You already see so much of plastics around you. If it is doubled, then you are going to see a real mess, and not just aesthetic mess. When this plastics starts to enter into environment and then eventually into us, that I'll come to in a moment, then the real mess starts, and it starts to impact human society in various ways. Now let's talk about what's happening across the world in different countries and what is the per capita consumption. So if you see this figure, you will realize that India's per capita consumption on plastics is comparatively lower than rest of the world. So US, China, Brazil, everyone is consuming plastics at a much per rate on a per capita basis. But because we have a huge population base, and when you multiply this per capita number with a huge population base, the overall consumption in India becomes significant, and that's why as a country our role becomes very important. So India consumes about 21 million tons of plastics every year, and we have a variety of sectors where plastics are used. So flexible packaging, you buy all your products like chips, biscuits, detergents, everything, water, all these things come in plastics. And then there are, different types of plastic, flexible plastics, rigid plastics. So all these things are coming your way, and we are almost with our eyes shut using all these products on a day-to-day basis. In all, India generates 4.1 million tons of plastics waste every year. Now, UNEP, as I mentioned, is a global entity, but in India, we are trying to work with the government of India, Ministry of Environment and Forest. At the state level, we work with few states to enforce the laws. And then we work with the city governments to support them in implementing laws for controlling pollution. As I mentioned, there are a variety of plastics, and you can keep these things in mind when you are using the plastics next time. PET bottles, the water which comes in a bottle, which is basically yeah. Thank you. So I was just saying that plastics are made up of hydrocarbons and polymers of hydrocarbons in the form of polyvinyl chloride, polypropylene, polystyrene, and these are long chain polymers of hydrocarbons which are formed for various purposes, as I mentioned. Now, coming to impacts, which I was telling you that it can have a variety of widespread impacts on human society. As I mentioned, in the marine environment, they first start to impact the aquatic marine life, the fishes there, the turtles there, and all the animals which are there. There are actually studies which are claiming that by 2050 there could be more plastics in oceans than fishes. And then once these things enter the bodies of these animals, and people eat those fishes and seafood, the microplastics basically start to enter human bodies. And that's how the accumulation of plastic start, or the transfer of plastic starts from environment to human bodies. Not just this, it also has a lot of implications over climate change, because there are studies which are saying that by 2040, 20% of the global carbon budget will be attributable to plastics production. And that means if you are producing more and more plastics, you are not only harming the local environment, but also adding to the global pool of greenhouse gases and causing the global warming. Then there are impacts which you see on a day-to-day basis when floods happen in a city like Delhi. You see the clogging of drains, and all that happens because there are plastics which are stuck in those drains and leading to urban floods. If you go to any river and ask the fishermen, they will tell you that on a very often regular basis they see animals tangled with plastics like this, and which causes a lot of biodiversity loss. There are some PhD theses which were telling us in national parks, the dung of elephant, all samples were having 100% occurrence of plastics in there. And not just in these things, if you test biomarkers of humans, you will find presence of microplastics even in the blood samples. UNEP has done a lot of studies across different cities in the country, and we have found substantial quantities of plastics, both in the form of big plastics and the small plastics, which we refer to as microplastics. Now, there are a variety of issues which are causing these things. There is ineffective collection, the poor segregation. By segregation, we mean that we need to collect all different types of waste separately. We can't mix the waste, because once it is mixed, it is very difficult to recycle. There is inappropriate processing system, and overall the awareness among the system is citizens is very low on these things. I was mentioning about microplastics. Now, what this term means, for an example, we have a plastic bottle, you throw it. After a point of time, with the presence of sun, the big particles of plastics fragments itself into smaller particles in the presence of sunlight. Now, these smaller particles become further smaller with degradation, and they become so small that they are less than 5 mm in size, and that they are basically referred as microplastics. Now, you can imagine they are so small that they can enter into crops, they can enter into salt, they can enter into water, they can of course enter into aquatic animals which people eat, and then they start to bioaccumulate in human bodies. And that's why I said, if we test the blood samples, you will find a lot of microplastics accumulation even in human bodies. There are a variety of sources which are contributing to microplastics. The synthetic textiles, tires, city dust, personal care products, all these have a lot of microplastics in this. When we wash our clothes, lot of textiles have plastics, and they get into water when we wash our clothes and eventually enter the water streams. Just moving on, what we can do about it. At the global level, there are a lot of efforts made, and United Nations Environment Assembly came out with this resolution in 2022, where they asked all the countries to come together and start making laws, regulations for control of plastics pollution. There are negotiations happening on how much plastics should be produced, how much should be controlled, and India along with other countries are sitting on one table and trying to find solution for control of plastics pollution. In India, we have a number of important laws in place, and I thought this is a good opportunity to educate at least the younger audience here. We have a law which is like banning 19 selected items, and these items are absolutely banned for sale, purchase, consumption, production of these things. And these things actually include all this which you can see on the screen. The earbuds, which are made of plastics, the plastic sticks for balloons, flags, candy sticks, ice cream sticks, plastic glasses, plastic cups, plastic plates, plastic straws, plastic trays, plastic stirrers, plastic knives. All of that we had been using for years in our birthday parties, in our kitty parties, are actually banned. So if you see them, please don't use that. In fact, try to ask them to not use this, whoever is using this in front of you. Now, the question is, what do you do then? Can we use something else? Can we stop using the use of plastic? So there comes the term called alternatives. What are the alternatives to be used? So ideally, the alternative which you are planning to use is something should be like this, which is a glass bottle, which is not another single use item. It's not a paper bottle. You're not putting a burden on cutting a tree. Now this bottle can be used maybe 1 million times, and it can eliminate the use of so many plastic bottles which could have been here instead of this. So it's a great initiative. What I'm trying to say is, for all the banned products, try to think of reusable alternatives as much as possible to reduce the environmental impact. Now examples are here. You can use all these ceramic, glass, stainless steel stuff. For plastic forks and spoons, you can use stainless steel cutlery and try and avoid all these things. Now, other thing we must also understand, as per the law, that not all plastics are banned. For an example, that plastic bottle is actually not banned. It's not a banned item, but that comes under a different law, which has to be followed. The milk sachets which you see, the plastic chip wrappers which you see, all these are not banned, but they need to be collected properly and then processed. So that comes under extended producer's responsibility. Now, what does EPR means? EPR means that if I am a brand owner and I am, say, for an example, selling juice and I have a plastic bottle, then it is my responsibility to get the same amount of plastic back from the environment and get it reused or recycled. So the onus has been put on the manufacturers or the brand owners of plastics so that they can put their resources for control of pollution. Now this is something in place at this moment, and the rule says that they need to be reusing, they need to be recycling, and they should also be using the recycled content back into their packaging. So if I am making a plastic wrapper, then it should have certain amount of recycled content in that plastic wrapper, and that's how the law has been framed. Now, I must also tell you that industry is also not sitting idle. There are a lot of efforts being made. You will see a lot of refill options these days. You don't have to buy the same product, same plastic bottle again. You can actually refill your product with certain categories. The size of the bottles have been reduced by 10%, 15%. That leads to savings on plastics. Lot of recycled material have been used, which you may have not noticed, but the plastic bottles which you are using for your detergents, your cleaners have been reduced in size and also are made of recycled materials. For enforcement of SUP bans, you may have seen those machines which gives you a cloth bag. When you need a bag and you don't want to use a polythene bag, there are machines in place which can actually give a cloth bag out, and you can use that. A lot of other initiatives have been made by the government and other agencies, but despite that, there is a lot yet to be done. And I think institutes like MIT has a big role to play on the scientific assessments and planning, and trying to strengthen the standards around plastics and microplastics. Uh, and of course, there's a lot which has to be done on awareness generation. As I mentioned to all of you, that whatever you have learned today, try to educate yourself more and try to spread this message very clearly, that plastics is something, especially the single-use plastics, need to be avoided because they are banned items, and we must move to our alternatives. And of course, we must try to build capacities of the people around us. My last slide, and this is a classic thing which I mentioned for different environmental issues, the avoid, shift, improve approach. The first thing we should have in mind is avoid. Can I avoid the use of certain product? Do I really need a plastic bottle? Can I live without that? If not, can I shift to a more better alternative? Can I shift to a glass bottle or an alternative which is not plastic? If I cannot avoid, if I cannot shift, then finally I must ensure if I using plastic bottle, then it should be properly recycled, and that's the last approach called improve. So look for avoidance, look for shift if you cannot avoid, and if you can't do anything, at least ensure that whatever plastics we are doing, it is reaching something which can be recycled, and at least no new virgin plastics are coming into the picture. With that, I thank all the MIT organizers and the students for their attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful presentation. It truly highlighted the urgency of addressing plastic pollution. Every usable habit tell a better story. Next, we are honored to hear from Dr. Bhupesh Sharma, sir,
Dr. Bhupesh Sharma sir is the CEO and the project manager of the Technology Business Incubator at Sri Ram Institute for Industrial Research, Delhi. He is seasoned professional with extensive experience in innovation management, technology transfer, and industrial research. In his current role, he leads initiatives that support startups, the early stage enterprises, by providing strategic mentorship, incubation support, and access to funding and industry networks. Dr. Sharma has been an instrumental in building a robust ecosystem for entrepreneurship, enabling innovators to transform research ideas into commercially viable products and services. His expertise lies in project planning, research commercialization, and fostering collaboration between academia, industry, and government bodies. He has actively contributed to promoting technologically driven solutions in areas such as environmental sustainability, environmental management, and applied sciences. I would now invite to the stage to shed the light on plastic and sustainability entrepreneurship. So please join us and grace the stage.
Second.
So good afternoon, everybody, and Professor Silvamurthy sir, Professor Jindal madam, my fellow colleagues on the dais. So my name is Dr. Bhupesh. I had working in the institute since last 35 years. With respect to plastics, all if and buts, all odd contours are there. Still, this plastic industry is moving forward. So, what is the reason behind this? If you assess the real usage and utility, you just see the in this room from the top to the bottom. This carpets also made from PET bottles. So, the only thing is there how we can utilize, explore, and exploits. I think we are the human are the only responsible persons. They are exploiting plastics. Plastics का कोई कमी नहीं है, कोई प्लास्टिक गंदी नहीं है. If somebody is able to make a hard wall from the plastic, extend from the plastic, then you have to visualize your vision how you can explore. If we compare the data with respect to the developed country and developing country, our uh, per capita consumption is hardly 15 kg, and if we compare with this in Europe, you can feel the reference. Where are the real problems? I think only and only problems are the human. If we are able to segregate, if we are able to classify the plastic, how we can utilize, we can avoid, we can improve, or we can discard the plastics. I think in a single-use plastics, we should rethink how we can exploit. So the data with respect to you plastics, I think we are on the dice. Sanjeev Sharma Square is there. Sharmaji already explains a lot of things with respect to the utilizations and data. If we compare the CAGR, roughly it is around 9% at the growth rate of plastics. So there are opportunity, abundant opportunity available how we can explore this plastic words. If we just going to organize a large scale events in Bharat Mandapam, you can imagine how much rush is there. If somebody is going to, there are plastic associations also is there. They when they going to organize waste plastic events, then you can imagine how much opportunity is there in the area of plastic. Whatever 15 kg per capita utility is going to enhance, that means there are abundant opportunity also is there. So plastics are not new. It is, if we see natural rubber in 1839, it is already exist. From various type of plastics, since a century we are exploring these various type of plastics in our day-to-day basis usage, or in the whatever sector is there, whether it is a space sectors, healthcare sectors, agro sectors, we cannot avoid our day-to-day basis life, or we cannot move again in the wild. So that means we have to think how we can explore this plastics. If there are some nuisance is there, if you just go outside of this campus, you see the MSW, Municipal Solid Waste Dumping Yard, then who is responsible? Nobody is able to classify which is the plastic, and there are almost 3 to 4 major plastics are used in the day-to-day basis in single-use plastic. We have to think how we can utilize in day-to-day basis. So that means if we are going to make a sustainable entrepreneurship, that means there are profits. We have to think we should not damage, or we should not spoil our environment for next generations. We have to take care of our societies also. Focus to long term impact also. Like Sumit sir said, microplastic is moving towards your blood also. So who is responsible for that? If the polymers are going to degrade by a level of nanoparticle, then it is moving towards your food chain, your blood chain, whatever. So I think we have to think how we can explore this plastic world. So the problem of our country, if we think what are the problem, uh, our younger generations, they can solve these problems. If they can develop their habit, if they can develop their sustainable business model, then certainly we can handle this plastic world also. Because US and Europe are far ahead in the utilizations of plastics as compared to 15 kg per capita of Indian utility. Only 9% recycle. This is also a very important factor. That means whatever plastics we are utilizing in day-to-day basis, there are huge abundantly. I am sure that we can, in India, in Delhi itself, 2 lakh rag pickers are involved. So imagine how many persons are earning their day-to-day basis uh, earnings only based on the plastics. So that means if we are throwing the plastics in an unorganized manner, that it is already giving some opportunity for a rag picker to pick up the plastic bottle and come this plastic bottle in a value chain. So ultimately, the plastics from the your water body, your canal outside from the your house is going to the Yamuna River. Then Yamuna River is directly going to the ocean. So really creating impact on the environment. So I think we have to rethink how we can explore. Can we avoid single-use plastics? So in my opinion, if next generation, whosoever are on the backside, or students think that I can do something, I can deliver something in the market, I can run my own business plan in the market and deliver something solution with respect to the utilizations of plastics. I fully agree. We have to use a glass bottle, but without plastic, without lid, we cannot move forwards. So, if you think we can run our business model, so we have to take care of environmental sustainable goals also. So, according to the various government initiatives, there are When also there are supports also available on the green plastics uh, for day-to-day basis. For there are two different type of plastics are available in your facility. One is the disposable and second one is the durable. If we can think how we can explore the disposable polymer. So in India, waste collections is the most important factors. If we are able to classify our plastic waste at source, at where these plastics are generated as a waste material, that can be utilized. So alternative to plastic, everybody knows, if we are going to develop a biodegradable plastics or a paper, so paper cannot provide solution to our society. Because if we are exploiting paper, then that means our forestry is going to suffocate. So that means we have to take a note on that. We have to use plastic reusable product. Examples like bagasse, bamboo, and cloths can be explored. Clothes, if we are going to develop a fabric, then that means without plastic, uh, nobody is able to extend their fabric life also. That means 10 to 50% of plastics along with the cottons already mix in your t-shirts, cloths, and other things also. So I think reuse, or recycle. These principles maybe provide a sustainable solutions and things can move faster. Closed loop systems, waste become as a resources. We have to think waste is not a waste. It is a resources for second generations or second persons. Those who are running their business model in their domain. This domain. So government initiatives already explained. So I am not going to. If you visualize what are the challenge is most of the times lack of awareness, supply chains. If I am going to establish my own industry, nobody is able to provide me utilized PET bottle also. Hardly 100 kilometers from Delhi, there are Al Mehtab company who is recycling PET bottles and 100% granules are exported to US and Europe. Because there are special type of regulations, 25% recycled granules have to be mixed with the Coca-Cola bottles or PET bottles. So that means there are government legislations which require to reduce single-use plastics. Partnership is required. Research and development to support our sustainable business model. Awareness campaign. If we are going to develop a sustainable entrepreneurship, that means you are going to take care of environmental, you are going to create job, innovations and other new markets also is going to open, long-term business plans, it's going to work out in the societies. Like I had already given example of Al Mehtab company, which is about 5,000 CR turnover is there, hardly 150 kilometers from here. So I think waste is also a balance. I personally feel waste can be technocrat or engineer or scientist can work in this domain so that they can develop a sustainable model so that everything should be come into the recycling cycle. So I'm going to share a very small example where plastics are contributing in the society and the plastics can be a very good resources also. You can imagine in a Delhi around 80 lakh vehicles is there. 80 lakh car, bus, truck, auto, everything is there. On a front mirror of that vehicle, there are, if a 10 kg glass is there on a bus, so you can imagine there are 1 kg PVD already laminated with the plastics, because plastic is going, when some impact is going on the front mirror, that the PVD is going to take care of that plastics, that glass, so that a driver or a passenger is not going to get any wound on their surface or face. So we had developed a special type of technology to utilize this laminated PVD. So if you see in Delhi, 80 lakh vehicle is going to, at least 20% of vehicle is going to, within a 5 year, 20% vehicle is going to discard their front mirror also. So that means these are a large scale company, those who made PVD laminated front glass. We had developed a special type of technology, and this technology, one of the entrepreneur multiply at least 6 to 7 times in a country. A large scale 500 ton to 50 ton a day plants recover the plastics as well as glass also. So I'm not going to tell you the technical details with respect to this on a Earth Day. How we can save our Earth, that is our agenda. That means if you see, there are glass which are coming from the automotive vehicles. So that means you can recover PVD, and that PVD is a 450 rupees kg material. So glass can be separated, PVD can be separated. From PVD you can develop any non-toxic substances also, articles also. So windshield, just take a small type of grinder, shading, soaking, this type of process can be explored for developing a value chain in this recyclability. We had already established large scale plant in that domain. If the plastic is not able to classify, that means you can develop a fuel for large scale industry like cement industry. The whole process engine fuel, you can compact the plastics. There are high calorific value already in the plastic. Plastic is nothing, just like a petrol. It is also a hydrocarbon. Petrol also is hydrocarbon. We are not going our directions toward the emissions coming out from 80 lakh vehicles from Delhi. If we see that whatever the exhausts are coming, because plastic is light, visibility is so high, everybody is pinching, color also so bright, everybody is thinking plastic is a culprit. So I think, in my opinion, if we are able to properly dispose, properly place that plastic or properly utilize that plastic for our societal or our day-to-day utility, that means it will give certainly value for your life, for your society, for your environment also. So we have developed process engineered fuel from all sort of plastic which can be utilized by cement industry. So this multi-layer plastic is really a wonder material which can replace every packaging material. Multi-layer plastic, where there are 2 to 3 different type of plastics are laminated, and such a wonder material. In the morning itself, I had taken marigold 2 pieces of biscuit laminated with multi-layer plastics. So that means plastics are wonder material. How we can recycle, how we can utilize that multi-layer waste, that is also a very challenging business model, or it is working, and now at least 1,000 CR investments also is there in the country. 7 to 8 startups already created their business model on recyclability of multi-layer waste. So we had developed such type of technology and transferred to various startup MSME sectors. So you can imagine multi-layer waste is laminated with polypropylene, LDP, PVC, sometimes polystyrene, different type of polymers. Ultimately, they are non-recyclable sometimes. Now, peoples are utilizing that multi-layer waste also. Such type of nuisance on the bank of our water bodies, on the bank, or our near our houses, you can see that. How we can review this, that is our responsibility. A person, those who are disposing this, they are responsible. Plastic are not responsible. They are real working or fuel, just like a petrol. So, issue is that if we are putting more pigmentation, there are heavy metals is going to incorporate in the plastic, then they will again come in our food chain or water body chain. So how we can take a note that if somebody is going to market without color, without a proper fragrance, nobody is going to buy something or some articles. So we have to think how we can maintain our sustainable business in this plastic domain. So we had already developed a special type of technology for recycling of this type of packaging material. Grinding, binding, kneader, there are different type of process we had already developed and transferred the technology for 7 different industry also. So various type of models can be explored in this. Plastic, how much time? Oh, okay. So I think time is already constrained. So that means I have to rush to complete. So various type of technology we had developed in our institute. Ultimately, the plastic can, which are going to the river body, can we go on our road surface also. So I am not going to explain each and every technical details with respect to this. Such type of sustainable houses can be made for our rural peoples or coupled with bamboo. 100% sanitary napkins, biodegradable sanitary napkin we had developed along with the PLA. Plastics are also in your mobile, on your printed circuit board. We had recycled that electronic waste, recovered various plastic materials, so that black material that can be utilized as a for the purpose of radiation shielding, because there are heavy metals also coupled with this. So without plastics, various type of advanced materials cannot possible right now in the society. Okay, so with this, I think I should close such type of detailed presentations. So I, for younger generations, I personally request that you should explore plastics world with the new business models also. There are abundant opportunity available. These are 16 startups. They had created at least 50 CR to 100 CRs. They had developed their business model, supported by a Department of Science and Technology. So various type of facility also available with Sriram Institute. With this, I am really thankful to Januman Jindal Madam and other. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable insights. Now, I request Sumitra ma'am to come forward and share Honorable Founder's message.
Yes. Well, everyone, well, it's said that, from the Himalayas to the oceans, To the hills, to the rivers, and to the seas, the call is one: protect, preserve, and pass it on. That has always been the gospel of our country, India, which is Vishwa Vasudha Ek Kutumb. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to kindly inform you that Honorable Founder President's Office has got this program put up on the Amity YouTube channel. Thank you, Founder President Sir. Kindly access Amity YouTube channel and mention the name of the program. You will be able to see it. Can you just check it in 1 minute? So this is National Conference on Earth Day 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's my proud privilege to respectfully welcome Dr. Silvamurthy Sir, an inspiring leader and visionary, to address the gathering. Sir is President of ASTIP, MIT Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, Director General for MIT Directorate of Science and Innovation, Chancellor in MIT University, Chhattisgarh. He is promoting and coordinating research and innovation in all MIT institutions. Sir has served Defense Research and Development Organization, Government of India for 40 years, in which all the health-related and life support technologies were developed. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan ji, very distinguished the guests and invitees. And children, I am going to be with you. Okay, I am coming to you. Come on. Who are all from Amity International School? Just raise your hand. Amity International School, Noida. Who are the people from Noida? You are from which school? Okay. You are from which school? Very good. So let's clap for the students who have come from the school, who are the future and the present and the whole universe. You are great. Just you are great. So I'm going to ask you, just 5 minutes she has given, I'm going to ask you, why are we celebrating? Why are we here today? Tell me, anyone raise your hand. Why are we here? What are we celebrating? Anyone? World Earth Day. World Earth Day. What's your name? Just raise, get up. Let's clap for this guy. World Earth Day. Why do we celebrate World Earth Day? Why should we celebrate World Earth Day? Anyone? Just guess. Why do we have to? You know, Mother's Day is celebrated, Father's Day is celebrated, Independence Day is celebrated. Why do we celebrate this day?
To make our earth clean. To make our earth clean.
To make our earth clean. Come on, another clap for this guy. See, today we are celebrating World Earth Day for the simple reason that we want to salute, express our gratitude to Mother Earth. We are part of Mother Earth. We are silicon. We are made up of all 5 elements coming from the Mother Earth. So we want to thank our Mother Earth. Thank you for giving food. Thank you giving for water. Thank you for giving oxygen. Thank you for my life. It is life is coming from Earth. So Mother, we are thankful. No, we always celebrate Mother's Day, Father's Day. It's all one to express our gratitude to Mother Earth. That is one reason. Second is Mother Earth. We have to protect her, conserve her, enrich her, make her happy. So we make our mothers happy, na? So like this, we want to make our Mother Earth happy. How do we do that? So to plan this, they are all talking about plastics, which is one of the major causes of pollution, cancer, carcinogen, everything coming from there, this detriment to the environment. So we celebrate World Earth Day to see the importance of Earth. How do you conserve the beauty of Earth, the life of Earth? Because Earth is living, Earth is biosphere, Earth is atmosphere. So we are part of that, Prakriti. We are part of Prakriti. If Earth is not there, we are not there. So that is why it is very important. We are part of that. Do you know what do you mean by Advaita? Advaita? Anybody, any guess, students? There is no duality between you and me, Earth and me. So that is why the same thing, we are part of Earth. So that is why we are celebrating World Earth Day. Okay, clap, let's clap. Now you understand? So that is why you are here. Why are you here? What is our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has given a vision to the nation. What is the vision? Anybody just raise your hand. What is the vision for India? Our Prime Minister has spelled out. Vision. Anybody? You brilliant guys, students. Viksit Bharat, have you heard of Viksit Bharat? What do you mean by Viksit Bharat?
Clean India, Green India.
Very good. This is also part of the Viksit India. What?
Anjali.
Anjali. Clap for Anjali. Clean India, Green India, and developed India, prosperous India, peaceful India, happy India, healthy India. Viksit Bharat. So to create this, unless the earth is clean, earth is green, earth is healthy, we are not healthy. Because anything what we come from, our water, food, everything comes from the earth. So if that is polluted, contaminated, then we are not healthy. So that is why we celebrate this. Viksit Bharat, we will develop at a very fast rate. So that means there is a cost to be paid. We will be putting burden, carbon footprint. So all this plastic, everything is it was serving a purpose. But today it is causing a problem. Similarly, fertilizer was very useful to increase the production of agriculture. But that is spoiling now the health. We are going back to organic agriculture. So now the whole country, the whole world is looking towards sustainability. So UN SDG, what is the expansion of SDG? SDG.
Sustainable Development Goals.
Fantastic. Just what's your name? Namrata. Let's clap for Namrata. So, sustainable development goals. So that is why we want to make this development sustainable. We don't want to exploit the resources. We want to replenish. We don't want to add pollution, carbon dioxide, carbon footprint. We want to become carbon neutral by 2070. So that means we should be conscious. How do we reduce our carbon footprint? When we are developing that cost, how do you cost benefit analysis we do so that we don't add burden and then damage the earth, but we make it enrich. So that is why we celebrate this. Now coming to first, let's give a clap to Dr. Tanujinder, who is the main organizer, architect of this program, for bringing such experts and also along with their faculties, everybody over here. Now I want to mention what Amity is doing in sustainability, because you people should know Tanu Jindal is one of the ancient person who was with Amity for more than 20 years. And she has built Amity Institute of Environmental Science, Environmental Toxicity, Safety and Management. So what are we doing in this institute? First, we grouped our students to know about environment and how do we preserve wildlife. We are here, we have wildlife expert here. How do you, human animal conflict, which is also one of the area of your area of specialization. So all these are important because we are also animal. We are a sophisticated animal. Otherwise, it's also a social animal. So animal health is also important. Plant, animal, microbes, biosphere, everything is important, including human. So that is what Amity is doing. Several institutes, Amity Institute of Environmental Science, Amity Institute of Environmental Toxicity and Management, and we have Amity Center for Global Warming and Climate Change, and we have Amity Institute of Organic Agriculture. We work on green hydrogen missions for sustainable energy. We work on solar energy. So like this, we do a lot of research in developing technologies, human resource, who will know about environmental science and bring technologies like what they have presented, some of them for plastics. This is what Amity does. So we have, for example, wealth from waste, which he mentioned. We are doing a simple project, how do you remedify the water coming from industrial effluent using titanium dioxide is a nanoparticle. You spread it in the water gets purified. Similarly, how do you purify water with silver nanoparticles? So we have developed a project. How do you get the wealth from the fish processing industry when you throw it out? that we pick up the amino acids, the free fatty acids, and also the vitamin A. So we are also collecting wealth from waste. Circular economy we work. So all these areas are sustainable agriculture, sustainable energy. So Amity is also doing research and innovation, and also our experts, faculty sitting here, they carry out research in this area. Now, final message, because she gave me 5 minutes, I have to finish in 1 minute now. I want to tell you, I want to convey a message. Thus, you people are the future of the whole humanity, which is what is the total population of the world? Anybody? Total population of the whole world, human population.
8 billion.
8 billion. Let's give a big clap. What's your name?
Anito.
8 billion. So your responsibility is not 1.42 billion people of India. Your responsibility is for 8 billion people. Prepare yourself. We are now putting all the seeding, all these thoughts in your mind, because you are going to look after the whole humanity. You are going to look after the whole Mother Earth globe. That is why this seminar, and that's why you are here. So not to just spend time, your teachers asked you to come, absorb, assimilate all that the experts are saying. Listen to them. Don't look into mobiles. Keep talking to each other, because your responsibilities are huge. So prepare yourself, understand, and I'm sure you will do. There is no comparison to Indian internet, and which you have proven, our ancestors have proven, and you will prove. You will make the world a better place to live. That is the slogan which our Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan gives. Together with you all, Amity and all of us together will create a beautiful Mother Earth. Thank you very much.
History of Earth Sciences. And so let us all together take a pledge. I would say it, and kindly keep your hand near your left shoulder. Yeah. I request all of you to rise for this pledge. The Ministry of Earth Sciences have sent this pledge in Hindi as well as in English. I'll read out in Hindi. मैं पृथ्वी दिवस पर प्रतिज्ञा करती हूँ कि मैं विद्युत और सभी प्रकार की ऊर्जा का बिना किसी अपव्यय के जिम्मेदारी पूर्वक उपयोग करूंगी। मैं जल और अन्य प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का संरक्षण करूंगी और स्वच्छ, हरित और नवीनीकरणीय ऊर्जा को बढ़ावा देंगे। मैं अपने दैनिक जीवन में सतत प्रथाओं को अपनाऊंगी। ऐसा करने के लिए समाज में सभी को प्रेरित भी करेंगे, क्योंकि ऊर्जा संरक्षण और पर्यावरण संरक्षण धरती माता और आने वाली पीढ़ियों के हित के लिए आवश्यक है। Thank you so much. Please take your seats. Yeah. I'll also repeat this pledge in the English. I pledge on the Earth Day that I will use electric and all kind of energy responsibly without any wastage, will conserve water and other natural resources and promote clean, green and renewable energy. I will adopt sustainable practices in my daily life and motivate others also to do the same. Recognizing the energy conservation and environmental protection are essential for the benefit of Mother Earth and future generations. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring word. Great institutions are built on great vision. Today, we stand on the foundation laid by such an extraordinary leader. May I request Dr. Tanu Jindal Tejaswini ma'am to kindly grace the stage and felicitate Dr. Sumit Sharma sir with bag and memento.
Yeah, Dr. Sumit, he has to leave, so that's why he kept his talk first. Thank you so much for joining us, and please accept our sustainable mementos from our side.
We extend our gratitude to Dr. Sumit Sharma sir for insightful deliberation.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Somebody will इंटरनेट का बोल देना
म्यूट कर देता ना उसको।
It is now my proud privilege to respectfully welcome Dr. Jitin Rahul sir. Dr. Jitin Rahul has qualified for a national level fellowship for the research of RGNF JRF, MHRD JRF in two different subjects, botany and environmental science. Dr. Jitin Rahul sir earned his PhD degree from Indian Institute of Technology, Dhanbad with an MHRD fellowship. He has 6 years experience in the research field and 6-year experience in teaching UG and PG level. He has published around 22 SCI Scopus Web of Sciences Index Journal articles, 7 book chapters and 3 books with ISBN numbers. He has honored as guest of honor invited to keynote speaker by NORMI Research Foundation. He has received the National Educationalist Award from the international conference. Sir, please join us and grace the stage.
I, sir, I will explain. Okay, because of the time. Thank you. Thank you so much for introducing about me, myself. Myself, Dr. Jitin Rahul. Special thanks to Professor Tanu Jindal, ma'am. I just received the email yesterday, 1:41 p.m. and that time I was in Kanpur. I thought I should go or I should not go because I was attending my family function. Suddenly I take a decision, I will go. And today morning 3 a.m. I self-driving start my journey from Kanpur to Noida. Okay. So I will not show any PPT because I can see the students are sitting, this is our future. So I will not waste time also and I will not take more time also. Okay, thank you ma'am, thank you so much. So here we are celebrating Earth Day and you can see the Earth Day 22 April. Do you know what is the theme of Earth Day? Student side, anybody? Yes ma'am. Our power. You are the power actually. We are the power actually. Of course, we need some technology. Of course, we need some scientific research. Of course, we need all types of things. Of course, yes. But the theme is our power, our planet. And the planet, we all know how planet is working. In whole universe, we have only blue planet. Why blue planet? Because of the 71% of the Earth's surface area covered by the water.
right? 71%. And in the 71%, total 50% Earth surface area covered by the only Pacific Ocean. How many oceans in the world? Students, how many oceans in the world? Yes, please. Yes. Number one, Pacific. Pacific covered 50%. And you know which oceans now are under threats? Maximum. Of course, Pacific, because of the geographical area wise. That's why. We are talking about the plastic. Yes, sir already said, Dr. Sumit sir already explained the technology, how we can mitigate the plastic pollution. Dr. Sumit Sharma already explained global level scenario. What are the impact of plastic pollution? Which community will affected more due to the reason of plastic pollution? Of course, we are low. Do you know which community will be more affected? First of all, coastal, right? Fishermen, coastal peoples will affected more. But the theme is ecosystem. What is ecosystem? The interaction between the living and non-living things. Any kind of interaction, food-related interaction, right? Survival rate, habitat rate, any kind of interaction between the living organism. This is our ecosystem. All ecosystem always will work food chain. When the various types of food chain will mix, called the food wave. We all know. So plastic is affected from the fresh water to oceanic water. Right? Now we are talk about plastic pollution. Plastic pollution. Who are responsible for that? We are responsible for that actually. First of all, we should accept we all are responsible for all types of environmental pollution. I'm not talking about only plastic pollution. All types of pollution. Because we are very well civilized person, well educated. So that's why we are destroying our earth. No any single animal is destroying our earth. Why? So who is more intelligent? And we are saying we are intellectuals. So I just want to share with you something. I just want to create some good interest in your mind about the nature. Because the nature is real God. We have a good life because of the nature. Why plastic is affecting the whole earth ecosystem? Why? Because through the food chain system, because through the ecosystem. How many components of the environment? How many components of the environment? Okay. तो यहाँ पे जीके भी इंप्रूव कर देंगे हम लोग आपकी स्टोरी ठीक है How many components is components of the environment? First is atmosphere, biosphere, lithosphere, and hydrosphere. Right? These are the important component of an environment. If any component will affect it, automatically all environmental components will affect it. That's why we are. Yeah, actually, according to a student's level, I just want to share with you very simple to simple concept because awareness is more important, right? First of all, we must be awareness, and I'm always watching the students; they are not aware. So awareness is a tool. We can use awareness as a tool. Then we can improve the environmental health quality because you are the our power, right? So we are talking about the food chain. So if the food chain will contaminated, will affected by the plastics, and sir already explained about the various types of plastic, PET, PVB. My research scholar already submit lot of work in PVT, right? So research paper is different thing, research is different thing, but awareness is different thing. How can I wake up you if you are sleeping? Science will not help. Technology will not help. Maybe my words can help. Right? So this is more important, awareness. Right? 71% earth surface covered by the oceanic water. That means the life origin from the oceans. Now the all oceans are under threats. Reason, all types of man-made activities.
All types of anthropogenic activities are responsible for that. What are the suggestions? Technical suggestions, the speakers already shared with you. Some speakers will share with the legal, but I want to share with you the social aspect. With the help of social aspect, yes, of course, we can improve the environmental health quality. We can minimize, we can mitigate the plastic pollution. Of course, 100% it will work. Right? So green remediation techniques we can apply. It will take very long time, of course, I know. Ecosystem will take at least 100 years for regeneration. At least 100 years. But nature can improve itself. Right? So my main point for you, I will not take more time because you already sitting, you are feeling boring also, I think. So our responsibility, how we can share the information related to the environment, right? Simple to simple conversation is important for sharing with your family members, with your friends. This is more important. So plastic pollution, our result, solution, of course, we will give the solution. Thank you so much.
May I now invite Ms. Satvika Krishnan from Payavidi on behalf of Sanjay Upadhyay sir to share her insights on plastic mitigation, law and strategies. She is a recent postgraduate who earned LLM in Global Environmental Law with distinction from the Elizabeth Hobbs School of Law at Pace University, New York, where she was awarded a full merit scholarship. Her academic focus was on international environmental law, completed by practical experience with organizations including the IUCN mission to the United Nations, the United Nations Environment Programme, and the International Environmental Committee of the American Bar Association. Prior to her LM, she worked with the Environment Support Group in Bangalore, India. Satvika is deeply committed to fostering synergy between international environmental law and national implementation efforts, particularly with the Global South aiming to bridge gaps between global negotiations and local capacities. Ma'am, please come forward.
A very warm good afternoon to all of you and a most meaningful Earth Day. I'm actually from the Enviro Legal Defense firm. Paryavati is the name of our publication. Thank you so much to Professor Tanu for having me here today. It gives me immense pride to be amongst distinguished scientists, legal scholars, policymakers, researchers, academicians, and everyone here today, especially the students. I was nominated to be here by my senior and mentor, Senior Advocate Sanjay Upadhyay, who had graciously accepted your kind invitation as guest of honor and was to deliver this keynote address. Unfortunately, due to pressing professional commitments, he is unable to be with us today. I'm Satvika Krishnan, advocate and senior associate at the Enviro Legal Defense Firm. I'm deeply honored and to have been given the responsibility. Sanjay sir sends his warmest regards and has asked me to assure you that his commitment to this cause and to the extraordinary work being done by institutions such as yours remains as firm and passionate as ever. What I can offer this room today is perhaps something slightly different, not the perspective of a senior legal practitioner, but the voice of someone who has spent a little time learning about this particular crisis while studying it as a research fellow at Pace University writing about it and debating it. I do not claim to have all the answers, but I have some deeply felt questions and some equally deeply felt convictions on Earth Day 2026, is where I think we all must begin. Let me start with a number that should stop all of us in our tracks. In 2024 alone, humanity consumed over 500 million tons of plastics. Of that, a staggering 400 million tons rapidly became plastic waste. And under a business as usual scenario, without urgent coordinated intervention, global plastic waste is projected to nearly triple by 2060, reaching approximately 1.2 billion tons annually. We're not describing a future problem, we're describing a compounding emergency that is already reshaping our rivers, our oceans, our soil, and our bodies. Plastic toxicity is not simply an aesthetic problem. It's not only about the plastic bags floating in our rivers or the bottles on our beaches, though those images are disturbing enough. The deeper crisis is chemical, biological, and systemic. Plastics do not merely occupy space, they leach hazardous chemical additives into the soil and water around them, as spoken about earlier by the other panelists. As they break down, they fragment into microplastics and nanoplastic particles so small that they pass through cell walls, cross the blood brain barrier, and are now found in human beings. For the land and its ecosystems, the picture is no less alarming. Microplastic particles alter soil structure, reduce the activity of earthworms and soil bacteria that are fundamental and foundational to agricultural fertility, and contaminate groundwater. Before we can discuss solutions, we must be honest about what mitigation means in this context and what it does not mean. The word comes from a Latin word known as mitigare, which means to soften or to make less severe. Mitigation then is not a cure, it is not reversal. It is the range of actions we take to reduce the scale, pace, and severity of ongoing harm to the environment, to ecosystems, and to human health. Mitigation of plastic toxicity operates across what we call the full life cycle of plastics, from the extraction of fossil fuels to produce virgin polymer, through the design and manufacture of plastic products, to their use, collection, recycle, disposal, and critically, the management of the enormous quantities already embedded in our environment. Each stage presents both a source of harm and an opportunity for intervention. The tragedy of our current moment is that we have intervened too little, too slowly, and too inconsistently across this chain. I want to take a moment to tell you all why this particular topic is not merely an academic or professional matter for me. It is, in a genuine sense, a personal preoccupation. In 2023, I worked as a research fellow at the Global Center for the Environmental Legal Studies at Pace University. My mandate was both specific and, the more I pursued it, staggeringly vast, to research the volume of plastic pollution that would need to be remediated as nationals negotiated a new global treaty on plastics, and crucially, to find legal solutions for what researchers and policymakers call legacy plastic waste. Legacy plastics are those that have already entered our ecosystems or accumulated in waste streams beyond the reach of conventional disposal systems. They are the plastics buried in floodplains, the fragments in coral reef sediments, the pellets on Pacific beaches, the film fragments in the Himalayas, and the invisible microplastics in the Ganga. They are not what we will produce tomorrow, they are what we produce yesterday and the day before and decades before that. They are, in a very real sense, the consequences of decisions made long before most of us in this room were making any decisions at all. What I found in that research was both illuminating and deeply troubling. The global conversation about plastic pollution had a significant structural gap. It was, to an extraordinary degree, future facing. It talked about reducing production, about phasing out harmful products, and about improving design. All of this is important, yes, but it largely left aside the immense growing stock of plastic already out there in rivers, in soil, in the sea, as though the legacy of decades of unchecked plastic production could be wished away by better policy going forward. With respect to the Global Plastics Treaty, the situation has evolved significantly and not always in the direction that we had hoped. In August 2025, 184 countries gathered in Geneva for the INC 5.2, which is the resumed fifth session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, widely expected to conclude a final legally binding agreement. Instead, the negotiations collapsed without a deal. This failure was not, I want to be clear, due to a lack of scientific evidence. The evidence has long been overwhelming. The failure was political. A coalition of over 100 countries pushed for binding measures on plastic production and restriction on harmful products. Opposing them were major oil and gas producing nations which sought to narrow the treaty's scope to waste management and recycling alone, a position that would shift the entire burden downstream onto those least equipped to bear it. Procedural deadlock driven by inconsistent and consensus only decision making by a small bloc of powerful states sealed the outcome and no treaty emerged. Following that resignation of the chair, a new chairperson was appointed. In March 2026, informal discussions resumed, and a meeting was hosted, is to be hosted by Japan. Through participants reported that national positions remain largely unchanged. We're hoping to see that something with respect to the Global Plastics Treaty negotiation changes at the end of the year. And the gap that concerns me the most is the gap that my research at PACE was dedicated to illuminating, and that my short article, as they mentioned earlier, uh, in our environmental and developmental law quarterly, Paryavati, sought to place at the center of the international conversation is the absence of the meaning of legal framework for legacy plastics. The treaty drafts circulated till date have acknowledged legacy plastics rhetorically, while failing to develop any operational mechanism for their remediation. Without clear definitions, differentiated responsibility, and credible financing mechanisms, legacy plastics will remain a silent counterweight to every upstream ambition, steadily undermining the treaty's long-term effectiveness, even if new production is eventually brought under control. Let me now turn to what India has done and to what remains to be done within our own borders. I want to be precise here because this is a matter of law and precision matters. The plastic waste management rules in 2016 was India's first comprehensive national framework for plastic waste governance. They introduced mandatory segregation at source, collection duties on producers and local bodies, and minimum thickness requirements for carry bags. They were a beginning, but only that. The 2018 amendment expanded the scope of EPR, which is also extended producer responsibility, to include a wide range of stakeholders, strengthening accountability across the supply chain. The 2021 amendment introduced a phased out ban on identified single use plastic items, a ban that came into full effect in July 2022, prohibiting 19 categories of single-use plastics, including plates, cups, cutlery, straws, and stirrers below specified thicknesses. This was a watershed moment in Indian environmental governance. The Plastic Waste Management Amendment Rules of 2022 introduced the most significant structural reform to date, a mandatory extended producer responsibility framework for plastic packaging, requiring producers, importers, and brand owners to register with the CPCB on a centralized portal, set EPR targets by category, and purchase EPR certificates as proof of their compliances. The 2024 amendment refined key definitions, including those for biodegradable and compostable plastics, and expanded the definition of importer to include importers of plastic raw materials such as resins and pellets. The 2025 January amendment introduced mandatory barcode and QR code traceability requirements for plastic packaging, although with new penal provisions significantly tightening the accountability architecture. The latest, which is the Plastics Waste Management Amendment Rules 2026, includes the following key provisions: mandatory use of recycled plastic in packaging across all categories, the reintroduction of registered environmental auditors for independent third party verification of EPR claims, a carry forward provision allowing companies to defer up to 3 years of unmet targets, provided they clear at least one third annually, a certificate exchange mechanism to enable trading of recycled credits, clarified definitions of end of life disposal to include waste to energy co processing in cement and steel industries and road construction, and strengthen state level monitoring committees for decentralized enforcement. Taken together, these amendments represent what analysts have rightly described as a shift from aspiration to accountability. India has built over a decade a progressively tightening regulatory architecture that tracks the full life cycle of plastic packaging with increasing sophistication. And yet, and I say this not to diminish what has already been achieved, but because it must be said, this architecture has significant gaps. The first and most fundamental is enforcement. The EPR framework relies heavily on self reporting. As of 2025, approximately 6 lakh fraudulent EPR certificates had been detected on the portal. The 100% collection target mandated for 2024-25 has no independently verified evidence of achievement. Independent verification is only now being systemized through the new environmental auditors mechanism. The second gap is coverage. The third and most profound gap is the complete absence of a comprehensive legal framework for legacy plastics already in our environment. If India's domestic picture is troubling, the global dimension is catastrophic. I want to speak for a moment about the ocean, not as an abstraction, but as the ultimate sink into which decades of plastic mismanagement have drained. At least 11 million tons of plastic into the world's ocean every year. Without intervention, that figure is projected to nearly triple by 2040. The ocean already contains an estimated 170 trillion pieces of plastic, a figure that represents not only the portion large enough to measure, the micro and nano plastic burden in the oceans is orders of magnitude greater and growing. Marine species, I mean, it's a very sad state of affairs. I don't want to get into the statistics of that. But there are also the communities which are not really spoken about so much, bearing the most acute burden, which is predominantly the small island developing nations such as Samoa, Tavula, the Maldives, Palau, and the Marshall Islands, amongst others. These nations contribute so little, such a small fraction of global plastic production. Some produce virtually no plastic at all, and yet their shores, their reefs, and their fishing grounds and their drinking water are overwhelmed by plastic generated thousands of miles away, carried by ocean currents. This is the central injustice of the plastics crisis. Those who suffer most are not those who produce the most. It's a moral failing as much as it is a legal and a political one. I'm not sure how many of you have heard, but there is a global agreement on the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, commonly known as the High Seas Treaty or the BBNJ Agreement. It's a landmark instrument under the UN Convention on Law of the Sea, and it governs the protection and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. The high seas, which covers approximately 64% of the ocean surface and about half of the planet's surface in total. India signed this agreement and is working towards its domestic implementation. What does this have to do with plastic, one might ask? Quite a great deal, as it turns out. The BBNJ agreement's environmental impact assessment provisions, area based management tools, capacity building, and technology transfer establish a mandatory framework for developed nations to support developing nations, including small island developing nations, in building the marine monitoring, plastic remediation, and waste management infrastructure that they so desperately need. Crucially, as I wrote my analysis of the Plastics Treaty, the BBNJ agreement's institutional architecture, its structured capacity building, shared scientific databases, and facilitative compliance mechanism offers an implementation model that the Plastics Treaty can and should draw upon. Rather than waiting for a comprehensive plastics treaty, states should operationalize the BBNJ tools that we have right now to address marine dimension of legacy plastic pollution. This is where I must speak about something I am genuinely proud of, work in which I was honored to play a small role and which connects the present gathering directly to the office of the man who should have been standing here instead of me. The Ministry of Earth Sciences had constituted a technical advisory committee to advise on the shape of India's national legislation for the domestic implementation of the BBNJ agreement. That committee was chaired by Senior Advocate Sanjay Upadhyay, and my colleagues and I had the privilege of contributing substantively to the production of the technical report. I raise this because it illustrates something deeply important, that the legal and institutional architecture needed to address plastic pollution, including its marine dimension, including legacy plastic wastes, rights of the small island developing nations, is not being built in the abstract. It is being built right now. Every piece of research published, every law drafted, every legal opinion contributes to a larger architecture of accountability. That is what we owe each other, and that's what we owe the ocean. To conclude, the best mitigation strategies and the questions that I would like to leave behind them. The first being to prevent at source. Second, create a design for circularity. Third, remediate what already exists. Fourth, finance the transition equitably. Fifth, build institutional capacity. And sixth is the most important, to me, to engage communities in whatever activities are being conducted from a mitigation perspective. And now I want to ask the question I have been building towards throughout this: is mitigation enough? The honest answer is no, not as we have practiced it so far. Mitigation in its conventional form, incremental regulatory tightening, voluntary commitments, waste management improvisations, has not kept pace with the scale of plastic production. While we have mitigated at the margins, we have allowed the problem to grow from millions to hundreds of millions to billions of tons. Mitigation that chases production rather than constraining it is an escalator moving in the wrong direction. What we need is not mitigation as a substitute for ambition, but mitigation as one dimension of a genuinely transformative response. We need to reduce at scale, we need to remediate what exists, we need to redesign our entire relationship with plastic, not as a material to be managed at end of life, but as one to be deployed sparingly, wisely, and only where no alternative exists. We need to build a world in which the default is not plastic, but reuse, repair, and recovery. Thank you so much for listening to me. I apologize for the really long monologue, but thank you so much for this opportunity. And happy Earth Day to all of us.
Maybe make my pledge, meaningful. That means a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your address has empowered us to think beyond problems and move towards policy driven solutions. The fight against pollution needs leaders like our next speaker. Let's welcome Professor Neelu Jain Gupta, ma'am. She is a professor at Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Meerut, with extensive experience in teaching, research, and academic mentorship.
She has been actively engaged in higher education, contributing to development of a discipline through dedicated teaching and scholarly work. Her academic interests include research-driven learning, student development, and strengthening the quality of higher education. Professor Gupta has guided numerous postgraduate research scholars, fostering critical thinking and encouraging academic excellence. And please welcome and grace the stage.
Namaste. And when I say this, I ask my young uh, audience to say namaste with me. Could it be a little loud? Wishing namaste. At the outset, I want to thank Professor Tanu Jindal, Ashutosh ji from Vigyan Bharati, and one and all, and everyone at Amity University to get me here, give me a chance on this auspicious day of Earth Day. I'll be bilingual because as soon as I entered the hall when I came at around 11, so we've been talking some nearly 2 hours now, which is quite a bit for these young budding brains. Kiddos, I will be bilingual here on. So I had assorted a few slides in the short time given, and as a zoologist, जीव विज्ञान प्राणी विज्ञान पर बच्चों मैं कार्य करती हूँ और हेल्थ पर मेरा डोमेन है और आज ऐसा लगता है कि हेल्थ और पर्यावरण दोनों आपस में इतना मिल चुके हैं। आप कितने बड़े थे जब कोविड आया था? I was with the international committee yesterday and somebody said BC. And I said, I came here BC. One of the scientists said, and I said, BC? क्या कहते हैं हम BC? हमारे लिए क्या मतलब होता है? Before Christ. Believe me, the world is moving so fast. Now we call it before COVID. So, before COVID and after COVID, क्या चेंज है? जी हाँ, चेंज है हमारे प्लास्टिक यूज में, चेंज है हमारे कंफर्ट लेवल में, और जब मैं जंतुओं की तरफ से कहूंगी, जानवरों की तरफ से कहूंगी, तो चेंज है हमारे जानवरों के सोचने में. Since these are the kids, before I start my presentation, मैं आपको एक टास्क देना चाहती हूँ, but you have to revert to my addressal to you with an applaud. एक ताली बजाकर बताओ कि आप मेरी बात सुनना चाहते हो. 2 घंटे से सुन रहे हो लगातार अनवरत, सो रुको, पहले बात कर लेते हैं. आज कितने लोग घर पर जा करके मम्मी को सत श्री अकाल, नमस्ते या सलाम अम्मी कहने वाले हो? प्लीज, मैं अभी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट कर रही हूँ, आप एग्री करते हो तो ताली जरा जोर के बजा दो. आप में से कितने लोग आज ये करेंगे? अब मैं आगे वो बात करती हूँ. आज के बाद 1 महीने, आज 22 अप्रैल है, अर्थ डे तब सार्थक होगा आज के बाद जब कल सुबह उठना, आज रात को सोना, तो आप बेड पर जाते होंगे और बस कुछ नहीं करना, बच्चे जरा सा झुक जाना और धरती माँ तुझे प्रणाम इतना बोल करके सोना. कैन यू डू इट? आई थिंक वी ऑल कैन, एंड आई प्रॉमिस यू, मैं भी करती हूँ लेकिन कभी भूल भी जाती हूँ. लाइफ है, स्ट्रेस है, लेकिन 1 महीने बाद मैं भी अपनी रिपोर्ट अपने टीचर के थ्रू तो नहीं, क्योंकि मैं खुद ही टीचर हूँ, प्रोफेसर तनु जिंदल को जरूर भेजूंगी. और आज की सार्थकता को हम इसी में ढूंढेंगे कि धरती माँ तुझे प्रणाम. बिकॉज सी, वी नीड टू सेंसिटाइज, we need to improve, but where will the improvement come from? And it is from sensitization. I just said to Professor Jindal, I'll be very brief. बच्चे बहुत देर से सुन रहे हैं, इसलिए थोड़ा सा इंटरैक्टिव रहेंगे. आपके जहन में कोई सवाल आ जाए तो प्लीज खड़े हो जाना, मेरी नजर आप ही पर है, इसलिए आप हाथ उठाइए, मैं सवाल का जवाब दूंगी. आज हम यहाँ तक बढ़ चुके हैं जिस सिचुएशन को कहते हैं स्पेशीज कोलैप्स. आपको पता है वेल्स अफेक्ट हो रही हैं, डॉल्फिन रेसेस कम हो रही हैं, और उसी की बात छोड़ दीजिए, आप कितने जानवर आज से बहुत साल पहले देखते थे. आस्क योर पेरेंट्स. पिंडदान के लिए कौवे का आह्वान मेरे बचपन में कभी मुश्किल नहीं था, छत पर पूरी खीर से भरी रखी नहीं और कौवा आके ले जाता था। बिलीव मी, ना आज स्पैरो दिखती है, हम सब दिल्ली वासी हैं, ना आज स्पैरो दिखती है, ना कौवा आता है। इन्हें वापस बुलाना है। और ये धरोहर जो है किडोस, दिस इज इन योर हैंड्स। आपको देखना है कि अगर हम भूल गए, हमारे कारण कुछ विलुप्त हुआ, तो क्या आप वापस ला सकते हो? बात बस इतनी सी है। बहुत क्विकली छोटे छोटे कैंपेन्स हम लोग भी, चूंकि मैं कोविड की बात करने वाली थी, तो आई जस्ट थॉट कोविड में भी घूम रहे थे यूनिवर्सिटीज के स्टूडेंट्स, प्रोफेसर्स और स्कूल्स के टीचर्स और स्टूडेंट्स, जब भी खुलता था तो एक अवेयरनेस कैंपेन जरूर चलता था। वाई? बिकॉज वी वर फोर्स्ड। एंड अब मैं आ जाती हूँ कि ये प्लास्टिक के बारे में, बिकॉज मेनी ऑफ द स्पीकर्स हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू, तो मैं बहुत ब्रीफली आपको बताऊंगी। कुछ ऐसी सिचुएशंस आई थी एक समय में, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट 1836। प्लास्टिक आया क्यों हमारे जीवन में, ये जरूर जानना होगा। और इनफैक्ट मैन मेड प्लास्टिक जो है उसका क्रेडिट दिया जाता है 1836 में, और लंदन में पहली बार बना था। बहुत ब्रीफली जाएं तो नायलॉन, पीवीसी, पीयू और ये चीजें आई, मास प्रोडक्शन हुआ, और बाय द टाइम इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन हुआ 1997 में, वी ऑलरेडी एंडेड अप विद ग्रेट पैसिफिक गार्बेज पैच। अभी पैसिफिक की बात चल रही थी, एंड वी नो ऑफ द ग्रेट पैसिफिक गार्बेज पैच। एक पूरी ओशन ढक जाती है, और आज जो स्थिति है उसके बारे में आप सुबह से सुन चुके हैं। ये है एक ग्लोबल ओवरव्यू। जितना काला है वो धरती है, और जितना अदर कलर्स है सब प्लास्टिक। सो कैन वी गेट रिड ऑफ प्लास्टिक? आंसर गिवन बाय एवरी स्पीकर बिफोर मी, नो। सो एक प्लास्टिक कितनी देर हम यूज करते हैं और कितनी देर रह जाता है? मैं पढ़ने वाली थी, बट आई ऑलरेडी कमिटेड टू प्रोफेसर जिंदल। आई विल बी वेरी ब्रीफ। तो आप देखिए, एक सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक भी 450 साल इस धरती पर रह जाता है। यही प्रॉब्लम है। प्रॉब्लम प्लास्टिक नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम प्लास्टिक की नॉन डिग्रेडेबिलिटी है। तो हम ये कहें कि हम प्लास्टिक नहीं यूज करेंगे, आपके बैग्स में प्लास्टिक जरूर है। अभी मैंने देखा एक टॉय प्लास्टिक का था। सो इट हैज टू बी प्लास्टिक एवरी डे, बट हाउ मच डू वी ऑप्टिमाइज इट? मिटिगेट करने से पहले हम ऑप्टिमाइज करें, और उसके लिए हमें सोचना है। ये वैल्यूज, ये फिगर्स आपको सुबह से दिए जा चुके हैं, और मैं बहुत ज्यादा न जाते हुए कि हम लोग जितने एनिमल्स हैं अर्थ में, जितने फिश हैं अर्थ में, जितने ह्यूमंस होंगे अर्थ में, by 2050 we are going to supersede the tons of plastic. यानी आप 1 टन प्लास्टिक, दिस इज वेयर वी आर गोइंग। तो इसे कम करना है। बार बार देखिए, स्केल ऑफ क्राइसिस को देखिए, क्योंकि 2050 में शायद मैं नहीं होंगी, लेकिन इस बात का एक अंश भी आपके साथ रह गया, तो डेफिनेटली ये क्राइसिस को आप हो जो आने नहीं दोगे। सो इसलिए प्लीज गेट सेंसिटाइज्ड। ये इसके अलावा चूंकि जूलॉजिस्ट हूँ, बायोकेमिकल और हेल्थ पे काम करती हूँ, आई हैड असॉर्टेड हेल्थ को भी बहुत खराब करता है। बार बार आप बात करते हैं माइक्रोप्लास्टिक्स की, माइक्रोन्स ऑफ लेड पार्टिकल्स की। लिपस्टिक में भी होता है। हम में से कितनी लेडीज हैं, मैं खुद यहाँ पर इस बात की द्योतक हूँ कि हम नहीं छोड़ पा रहे हैं। हम सिर्फ ये कर सकते हैं कि ऑप्टिमाइज करें, कम करें, और उसके लिए आज से आप लोगों को फिर एक छोटे छोटे आपको असाइनमेंट्स दे रही हूँ। अच्छे लगे तो ताली बजाना, फिर मैं एक और दूंगी। बजाओ ताली। आई नो इट इज सो स्ट्रेसफुल फॉर यू। 2 घंटे से सुन रहे हो बच्चों। सो प्लीज लेट्स बेयर विद नेक्स्ट few minutes, not even minutes, 1 or 2 minutes, and I'll wrap it up there. कितने लोगों को एक व्यक्ति आप सोचते हो कि हम प्लास्टिक के लिए सेंसिटाइज करेंगे? अगली बार कोई कोक लेंगे या ब्रेड लेने जाएंगे, ब्रेड खुद प्लास्टिक में होती है, लेकिन उसके ऊपर पन्नी नहीं मांगेंगे। कितने लोग घर से थैला लेके जाने वाले हो? जो लेके जाने वाले हो, जरा सा हाथ खड़ा कर दो प्लीज, बिकॉज दिस इज ऑल वी कैन डू, राइट? कितने लोग बॉटल पानी के साथ में लेके चलने वाले हो, ताकि नई बोतल ना खरीदनी पड़े? वैसे ताली भी चलेगी अगर हाथ उठाने में दर्द हो रहा है, राइट? सो ये है माइक्रोप्लास्टिक जिसका जिक्र हो रहा था. अगेन दीज आर द न्यूसेंस मॉलिक्यूल्स. आई विल नॉट टॉक अबाउट देम, बट ये जरूर है कि प्लास्टिक एक इनविजिबल इन्वेडर है. हमारी जिंदगी में इतना समा चुका है, इतना छा चुका है. हॉस्पिटल जाइए, प्लास्टिक का डस्टबिन सबसे ज्यादा भरा होता है. तो इसलिए जरूरत है. और एक काम कर सकते हो, अगर अच्छा लगे, जितने प्लास्टिक बॉटल्स मिले उनमें वो जो छोटी सिंगल यूज पनिया है भर के इको ब्रिक्स बनाइए. वी कैन हैव अनदर प्रोग्राम. इको ब्रिक बनाना बहुत आसान है. और अपने अमिटी स्कूल के गेट पर एक इको ब्रिक का हाथी बना डालो and write it, this was made by the students of them. बेंच बना डालो. इको ब्रिक एक भरी हुई प्लास्टिक की बोतल को कहते हैं जो भरने की पूरी तरह भरने के बाद ठोस हो जाती है. कर सकते हो तो करो. अगले एक हफ्ते में जहां प्लास्टिक मिले उसे उस खाली बोतल में ठूस दो और एक इको ब्रिक. और यहाँ करीब 50 बच्चे बैठे हैं और अगर 50 इको ब्रिक बनी तो स्कूल में एक बेंच जरूर कंट्रीब्यूट हो सकती है. हमें यही करना है. बाकी स्लाइड तो यही कह रही है कि चाहे ब्लड हो चाहे ओशन, प्लास्टिक इज अ न्यूसेंस एवरीवेयर. और यहाँ पर एक बात इस स्लाइड पर जरूर आपका ध्यान दिलाऊंगी. एपेक्स प्रेडेटर कोई और नहीं है, कोई बीस्ट नहीं है. एपेक्स प्रेडेटर हम ही लोग हैं, ह्यूमन बींग्स. क्योंकि ऐसी न्यूसेंसेस अपनी जरूरतों के लिए और कभी कभी अपनी इच्छाओं के लिए हम ही ने इस धरती माँ को दी हैं. तो अगली बार आगे के जीवन में भारतीय हैं तो पहला एक काम करें. आप जानते हैं कोविड में हमारी नमस्ते हैंडशेक को बहुत पीछे छोड़ गई थी. एक बार फिर इस बात से एग्री करते हो तो जरूर थोड़ी सी तालियां, बिकॉज ये बहुत जरूरी है. आप बार बार जो मैं आपसे ताली बजवा रही हूँ, मालूम आपके दोनों हाथों के मसल्स को एक्सरसाइज करा रही हूँ. सो प्लीज स्टे देयर, stay aware, and this is very important. I'll not read through the slides, I will not go through the contents, but please understand आज albatrosses मर रही हैं. And that is why I did not say a case study, I said they are fed death, and this death is the plastic. तो कैसे कैसे हम इसको मिटिगेट कर सकते हैं? सब कुछ कर सकते हैं. बस मेरे कहने से तो इतना करना, आज घर जाके मम्मी को नमस्ते जरूर कहना. और कहना, एक गेस्ट आई थी, हम एक प्रोग्राम में गए थे, उन्होंने कहा, उन्होंने होमवर्क दिया था, अपनी माँ की जब मुस्कुराहट देखोगे तो आई एम श्योर कि शाम को जब बिस्तर पर जाओगे उससे पहले जब धरती माँ को प्रणाम करोगे तो आज की इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में एक और पर्पस एडेड होगा और उसे सफल सिर्फ आप और आप बनाओगे. और अपने साथ अपने भाई बहन को, कम से कम 5 लोगों को प्रेरित करना. हम सब भारतीय यही करें, क्योंकि जानवर वो नहीं बोल पाएंगे, हम बोलेंगे और आप सब उनकी आवाज बन जाएंगे. धन्यवाद. प्रणाम सर.
Thank you, ma'am, for your interactive dialogue. प्लास्टिक को दूर भगाना है, धरती को फिर से सजाना है. With this, I request Dr. Tanu Jindal ma'am to come forward and felicitate our distinguished speakers.
who are the most young participants in this conference. And I really love your talk because without policies and laws, and this can be enforced basically. This mission of plastic removal is not possible. So this feel and when we feel working, we take a step that we try to enforce the policies and laws for the reduction of plastic as well. Very happy to hear. Thank you. So ma'am, you are getting the matching bag. Thank you so much for coming. And we have fully become a friend also now. So, and your talk was so interactive. I've learned a lot from you. We generally, in that, during the talk, we forget the interactiveness. And you kept it so nice. And really good. And I would also like to felicitate Dr. Aditi Roy. She's from Charity National School. And she's got all the students to her. And I would also like to invite Ashutosh. Without whose guidance, this program would have been possible. Every year we celebrate Earth Day, and Viva has really created, I would say, the nationwide program, and adapting this Viva because it becomes one certainty. So these are all vaccine plants sponsored by government of Delhi, and we are distributing to all the kids vaccine plants. Around 150 plants are distributed. So each and every participant visited the hall. Thank you so much, Namaskar, and come back live. इधर आते हैं यहाँ आते हैं आपको ये जो है ना इधर आई थी एक पहले क्लास था He's just like my brother, I would say. सब सुनेगा दिया हमने
With that, we take a break for networking lunch. Please proceed to the dining area, enjoy the meal, and join us back shortly as we continue with the next session. At 2. Please join us back at 2 p.m.
ऑर्डर करने भी जाएगा
As we move into technical session 2, because the conversation for a better planet must go on. I warmly welcome and invite on the stage Dr. Navish Kataria, Dr. S.B. Dahikar, and Dr. S. Anbumani to join us on the stage. Big round of applause, everyone. May I request Mr. Ashutosh Singh ji to come on the stage and join us? Aditi Basu Roy ma'am, please join us. Please come to the stage and join us. Fine. Online join करवाना है रविंद्र जी. वो बड़ा बड़ा राइट हो गया क्या? ऑनलाइन कौन रविंद्र जी हैं एंड कौन है? नहीं तो जी करने वाला नहीं तो जी I would now like to invite Dr. S.B. Dahika to join online. He is the Dean and Professor in the Department of Microbiology at Sanjeevani University, Pune. He is an accomplished academician with extensive experience in teaching, research, and academic administration in the field of microbiology. His expertise encompasses microbial biotechnology, environmental microbiology, and applied microbiological research with relevance to public health and sustainability. In his role as Dean, Dr. Dahika provides strategic leadership in academic planning, curriculum development, and research promotion. He has been actively involved in guiding postgraduate and doctoral scholars, fostering a strong research culture within the institution. His contributions include numerous research publications, participation in scientific conferences, and collaboration with academic and industry partners. Dr. Dahikar is committed to advancing microbiological sciences through innovative research and quality education. His work emphasizes the application of microbiology to address environmental and industrial challenges while also promoting scientific excellence and capacity building among students and researchers.
Yeah. So good afternoon to all of you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, and my slide is visible to all of you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. First of all, I'm really thankful for Dr. Professor Tanu Jindal ma'am who was inviting me for this wonderful session. And we all have in the morning session we have taken a oath to how to preserve our Ma Earth, our Vasundhara. So really, it is a very genuine issues nowadays we are facing, and I'm really thankful, Professor Tanu ma'am, as organizing a such beautiful session of all the different leaders and professor and scientists from the Department of Science and Technology as well and Ministry of Earth Sciences, and they have given a overall scenario and current status of the pollution and what the precaution we need to take to save our Mother Earth. So, and the theme is very excellent. That is a plastic toxic to the earth and the ecosystem mitigation strategy. So, just I would like to give a one short note on the how the this plastics is very harmful. Already, the previous speaker has given a brief idea about it. But as a microbiologist, I have did some work on the microbial degradation of the plastic, which is get dumped into the municipal soil. So I isolated and identify some plastic degrading bacteria as well. So my topic is today's is isolating the plastic degrading bacteria from municipal soil waste. It is a comprehensive study I have taken in my laboratory. So this is the one just brief or the focus on the how the plastic is and how much amount the plastic is get utilized. So it is observed that 140 million tons of the synthetic polymers produced annually. Among them, 20% annual growth rate is there if you consider. Then the 50 million tons of waste generated annually globally. So it is the this data is taken from the various research papers and then we can imagine how the plastic is a serious concern for the entire world. And then what are the environmental persistence? If you observe it, the excessive molecular mass will increases, then aromatic rings, halogen substitutions, unusual chemical bonds, and so this biological barrier, that means plastic resist natural microbial attack due to the excessive molecular mass, high numbers of aromatic rings, unusual chemical bonds, and the halogen substitutions is very difficult to degrade that kind of plastic. So it is the big challenge in front of scientists throughout the world. And just let just understand how the plastic degradations processes happen. So basically, the microorganism or the plastic degrading microorganism, they produce some enzymes and they can be break down the polymers, that is called as the cleavage stage. So enzymes break stable polymer chains into the small oligomers and the monomer outside the cell. Then second thing, assimilations is there. The water soluble cleavage products are absorbed through the microbial cell wall. And in the third one is the metabolization. So aerobic microbial count or the that can be yielded into the carbon dioxides and the water. Then anaerobic output like carbon dioxide, water, and the methane also. Then another anaerobic output like the carbon dioxide, water, and methane. So these are the some mechanism of action, but these processes take several years, so much time consuming. So the core insight is that the fundamental barrier to degradation is the size. Enzymes must first cleave the polymer chains outside the cell, so the resulting monomers can be get consumed. But this is a very time consuming process. So in my study and our laboratory, what we did basically, we have identified the some soil source of soil basically in our Sambhajinagar and Aurangabad region. So so many these are metro cities and so many plastic get dumped in the industry area. So we are collected some few samples having a plastic small particles is there, and then we collected bacteria from that soil also, and we isolate that bacteria and identify that bacteria. Then after isolation and identification, what we did, we commonly we have separated the LDPA bags where weigh into the 1 centimeter diameter of disease, and we collected the some such kind of plastic from the same soil, and we cultivate the bacteria which was we isolate from the soil, and then second is the cultivation setup. Then the after that we inoculate the some bacterial culture which we identified and isolate from the same soil sample, and after inoculation we have incubated it for the 1 month. Then with the means the plastic material, the pieces of small particle pieces, and the bacterial cultures we incubated at 37 degrees Celsius optimum temperature. Then we observed that we basically these four types of bacteria we isolated, like one is the Bacillus amyleticus and the Bacillus parmas, Pseudomonas putida, Pseudomonas fluorescens, and Bacillus subtilis. So this is the rod shaped bacteria, is a creamy yellow color having pigment is produced, and this another is the gram positive bacteria. Pseudomonas putida is the gram negative one, and Pseudomonas fluorescens also gram negative. Bacillus subtilis is the gram positive bacteria having a rod shape, rounder round shaped bacteria, circular bacteria. So these five bacteria we isolated and identified, and we treated the plastic material, a small piece of material, with this bacterial culture. Then we observed that the Pseudomonas putida have a good plastic degradation capacity. It is they're about 30%, whereas Bacillus subtilis is the 22%. Bacillus amyleticus is 20%, and Pseudomonas fluorescens is the 16%, and Bacillus parmas is the 12%. So we found that the Bacillus putida, which is basically present in almost soil, and this putida is help to degrade the plastic material. So this all strength basically shows the plastic capacity ability, but Pseudomonas putida is the potent bacterial isolates which can degrade the plastics. Then we have tested this degradation test by using the FTIR, and these are the spectra of the FTIR. And we observed that here you can see the band of the FTIR spectra where the Pseudomonas putida can degrade and reduce the degrade the plastic pieces. In the pictures, A is the highest degrading spectra, and pictures D I mentioned the spectra of the FTIR, and here the point C is. So this data can help us how the bacteria can reduce or the means degrade the plastic. So this is the another targeting structure of the LPD chains. How can it be, break down? So the toxins, host microorganisms are initially attached to the plastic material, specifically for the potato starch carbon sources. Then the chemical fractures is happen, and after that the accelerated breakdowns is happen in the third stage. So that kind of the mechanism of actions of the degradation of the plastic by the bacteria. But the native adaptation enable the commercial bioremediation. So the microbes native to the polyethylene disposal site are simultaneously evolving to utilize the synthetic polymer as a primary good vector. But we have to go for the eco-friendly waste management. So if you prepare such kind of microbial broth cultures and we treat that plastic, so that can be help to degrade the plastic. But another issue is that it is a time consuming process, and so then these are the three pillars I would like to mention here. That is the microbial synergy, the natural way to reduce the plastic but with the help of microbes. I found that Pseudomonas and Bacillus is the good bacteria, good microorganism. Then the extreme sourcing, so expanding the screening behind the municipal compost to the extreme environment, marine ecosystem, and the petroleum dump site to discover new, highly adapted and unexplored extreme file strains with super degradation performance. So second one is the, and third one is that we can modify the with the help of genetic engineering the bacteria, and we can increase the degradation capacity. But this is the part of research, and degradation rate is very less. But what I am suggesting here on the occasion of this Earth Day on the 22 April, so the from the crisis to the circularity means the science-driven approach or strategy if we applied, that means for the sustainable bioplastic is a very good options in front of us, and it is the good topic of research as well as the good solution for the community, for the entire world. I would like to say here. So I'm also working on the same line. So you know, microorganism definitely degrading the plastic as well, but the microorganisms have a capacity to produce the such kind of biofilm, they have some properties they can by using that property we can produce the bioplastic. So in my laboratory I'm working on a bacillus subtilis also, and polymyxobacteria is there. Then I'm also working on a polurans. So that kind of materials and some natural material is also available that can be helped to prepare the bioplastic. So how why the bioplastic is important, and why this synthetic plastic is not good for the community. So these pictures will be help us to understand the issues. So the fossil based that is oil extraction is there, chemical refining and conventional practice gets prepared. But what happened in case of bio based plastic? So it is a renewable biological sources, and microbial fermentation is possible in most of the laboratories, and we can produce the bioplastic. So the most of the raw material like the cornstarch, sugarcane, cellulose, this material if you use as a bio-based material, and if you combine it with the microorganism by with the help of fermentation, so definitely the bioplastic is the good material for the bioplastic production. So the this is the comparative chart I have prepared here. For example, conventional practice, that is the petrol-based practice, fossil fuels, it is not degraded, highly toxic, and emissions will be get produced. But the bio-based, non-biodegradable supposed to be, it is a bio-based, but it takes some time to degrade it. But another is the biodegradable bioplastic. If you say it is basically from the lactic acid bacteria, or the lactic acid is contained, and some microbes can produce the PL and PHA. So it is a fully compostable under the right condition. It is a low toxicity and then nearly zero net carbon. So if you consider and if you see this scenario, I would like to suggest you how to start your research, and you have to develop the such kind of product which should be a biodegradable, and it can give a good bioplastic. So this one is the, so this is the pictures. This pictures of this image will help us to understand microbes, why microbes are important, how they help to synthesize the plastic or bioplastic material. So this is the cell structures I mentioned here. Then the what type of pathway or the photosynthesis? Why this bioplastic is important? Because as you know, we all are aware about the photosynthesis and the fermentation. Basically, the lactic acid bacteria can produce the lactic acid, and then again, the if lactic acid gets produced by the lactic acid bacteria, the polymerization of the polylactic acid, then we can use that polylactic acid for the creation of the plastic products or packaging, that is called as a molding, and that material can be also decomposed very easily. It is a closing loop we can say, but this is not happening in the case of the synthetic plastic or the chemical synthesis plastic, I would like to say here. Then this is the carbon footprint advantage paradigm shift to the equilibrium. So if you see this picture, the PE or PP is the not that much of fulfill our achievement, that cannot be degraded. Another PET also same. But a bioplastic like PLA operate a closed carbon loop. The CO2 emitted during the decomposition was previously absorbed, during the feedstock photosynthesis. So the polylactic acid from the microbes, I think, is the best solution for the bioplastic. So this is the another pictures I would like to mention here. How, what are the available resources and what are available methods by which we can produce the bioplastic. Agricultural feedstock extraction, renewable raw material, fermentation method, and the polymerization, and lot of resins available in the forest and from the trees. So we can use, and we can produce such kind of bioplastic, and we can use for the packaging material for the various purpose. And this is the cost. If you see, that is the very cost effective. And for example, the maize material and the rice straw is available easily. And if you add some micro base adhesive agent into that material, and definitely it can be a good bioplastic material we can produce, and we can serve to the society. So yeah, I would like to mention here some pictures like sugarcane, waste from the sugarcane, and the waste from the fruits material and the trees leaves. So this material, if you crush it properly and with the help of fermentation and additions of the some microbial uh, material, so that can be give a good adhesive property, and we can prepare the biofilm. So that kind of film, we can say the bioplastic, and it is a very good material for the packaging of the fruits, vegetables, and other things. So this is the uh, concept, and I'm happy to again inform you that the government Department of Science and Technology has just announced the BioE3 policy in 2023, and so many applications is now get released by the DBT, BREC, and the DST. So on as particularly from on this BioE3 policy, and they are finding out the solution for the bioplastic. And just recently, BIS, that is the Bureau of Indian Standard, they have also announced the biopackathon. As you know, India, lots of small sachets is available in the market for the selling of this like tobacco and the gutka like this one. So that small plastic material is then available on the roads and everywhere, but this material is very difficult to collect and difficult to decompose or difficult to insert it. So it is a challenge in front of you all. So if you consider this all this scenario, and if you able to find out the new solution in the form of bioplastic, it will be the, I think it will be the great tribute to our sorry it is a great gift to our Ma Vasundhara. So we can save our earth in a good way by using this is such a new greener technology. What I want to say. So this is the legislative actions we need to take. Then economic drivers we need to take, and natural whatever the mode is available, we have to adapt it and we have to develop. So this future prospect is that smart agriculture, whatever the materials are coming from the agriculture, that waste we have to collect, and we have to use for the proper method to produce the bioplastic. So and particularly the functional packaging, I would like to say. So this innovative strategy can help us and to develop the new plastic and help to save the again the earth. So zero waste to the good product, it is the concept of the green community or green earth. So I'm really thanks to organizer, and particularly Professor Tanu Jindal madam. I would like to come in person, but because of the some preoccupied schedule in my offices, I am unable to come in person. I'm really sorry for that, ma'am, Professor Tanu Jindal ma'am. Once again, thanks to you, uh, and I request to all the young buddies who are now listening to me. This is a big challenge for us, and I request you, please try to find out the good solution as a bioplastic. We can come together and do a research and find a best solution. Thank you so much. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Raika. In fact, I was expecting you in person, but the presentation is so simple. We have many school children also here. And I congratulate you for your wonderful work, which is Lead of the Hour. And the
Thank
presentation you could share with us, we will also share with most of our scholars. And I would like to say that we are also working on biodegradable plastic biodegradation because they do not degrade completely.
Right, ma'am.
And extremophiles which survive even in difficult conditions.
Mhm.
Like to work with towards these microbes how they can be utilized for.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for translating complex environmental challenges into actionable solutions. The earth is not inherited from our ancestors, it is borrowed from our children. It is now my privilege to invite a distinguished voice in our environmental sustainability, Mr. Dr. Ravindra Kumar, sir. Dr. Ravindra Kumar is the Director of Research at Karnavati University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. He is an accomplished academic researcher with extensive experience in promoting interdisciplinary research, innovation, and academic excellence. In his current role, Dr. Kumar is responsible for strengthening the university research ecosystem by fostering collaboration with national and international institutions, industry partner, and funding agency. Sir has joined us online. Sir, welcome, sir.
Welcome, Dr. Ravinder. I think yours is the most awaited presentation because conversion into biodiesel fuel of the waste plastic. I think this is the most promising technology we all need. We need energy, we need fuel, and we also need to degrade plastic. I think this is the most promising technology as on date today. So looking forward to listen to you.
Sir, you have to unmute yourself. You are on a mute.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm just going to share my screen now so that I can deliver my talk. So yeah, my screen is visible to all of you now. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yeah. So let us start with this presentation. The title of the presentation is a diesel engine fueled with plastic waste biodiesel. So my question basically always remains: is it future? So for the young researcher, just keep in mind this. It is very important points, and I am going to discuss this point now. So this is the presentation outlines. Okay, so I'm not going in the detail because I don't have so much time. Okay, and I think also time restriction is there. So in brief, we will discuss all these points. So first of all, introduction, energy demand is increasing at a faster rate due to fast industrialization, development and economic growth in the world, resulting in increase in plastic waste globally. So as we are already aware with this, development is one of the phase of any nation and every nations is trying to achieve this. Okay, so to achieve this, there are different kinds of new technologies are coming in the picture. Due to that, industrialization is also going to be promoted at a higher level. And as the industries are growing, so the plastic waste is a big challenge for all of us. So increasing destructive environmental pollution due to increasing demand of automobile vehicles, industrialization and energy consumption is looking for alternative fuels. Now you can see automobile industries, there is a lot of pollution because of this. Okay, and we are using petrol and diesel as a gasoline to run all these vehicles. So right now, due to environmental concern, we have to see some alternative options for it. Okay, so researchers are going to do a lot of work, and if I'm going to talk about biodiesel, a number of researchers has done work, and they have used a lot of kind of seeds, okay, to produce this biodiesel. But you can say there is always limitations we see. Okay, in transportation point of view, we are usually you can say very
less quantity of biodiesel we are using. Basically, biodiesel we are using from industrial point of view, from from the machine to run the machineries. Okay, in majority right now we are doing this. So most of the country development depend upon imported gasoline fuels due to limited sources of energy, and which means great impact on country's economy. So recent, you can see there is a Iran-US war, and due to this crisis in the gasoline, you have already seen. Okay, so there is always an uncertainty. Okay, because we are going to import this oil from out of the nation. Okay, totally dependent on this. So today's situations, okay, inspire us that we have to see at least alternative for this. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for us in the future to survive. The attention of researchers to investigate renewable energy sources such as biodiesel are suggested that are considered to be less destructive for environment. It is okay. We have a number of options that we can, solve this energy crisis. Especially if I am going to talk about electricity. So we have a number of options are there like hydroelectric, solar power plants. Okay, and then hydroelectric power plant. But these are from the electricity generation point of view. But what about transportation point of view? Because everything is dependent on this transportation. Okay, you have heard about in the news every time if the price of petrol and diesel are going on, so the commodity rates are also totally going to be dependent on that, and it is going to increase. So inflation rate you always sees. Now, the increase in consumption of fuel is the reason for the increase in pollution, and hence significant progress in the field of IC engine research is highly required. We always talk about that we have to go for this alternative fuel. Okay, but we never talk about why we are just focusing on the this fuel. Why we are not focusing on the IC engine, internal combustion engine modification is also required nowadays. Okay, so researchers are also going to do work, but in India, I have seen most of the people are working related to this biodiesel, and they don't want any change, or there may be some technical issues or the facilities are not available. Okay, so that they are restricted. So in this regard, biodiesel is a good option. So you can see if we are going to compare the results of this biodiesel with diesel and petrol, comparable, these are good. Okay, so if you see the energy consumption in significant transformation are ongoing for the global energy sector, and energy demand is set to grow by more than 25% by 2040. So it requires more than $2 trillion a year of investment in the new energy source, and it is not an easy task. So if you can see in this figure, you can see easily it is the percentage of increase in energy and population over the years in the 20th century. Okay, right now you can see the situation is totally different, and every country, every nation is looking for the alternatives of this gasoline. So literature survey, it is only from the from the young researcher point of view. If researchers are sitting here, they want to do work. So I have kept only 2 to 3 slides on this. So first generation fuel, you can see the people already have done a lot of work, and they have used papaya seed oil like soybean, linseed, and crumb seed oil. Okay, to produce biodiesel. In the same manner, cottonseed oils are have also been used. Number of seeds already have been used by the researcher to produce biodiesel. So if I am going to talk about second generation fuel, it is a phases. Okay, like first generation, in the starting, we researchers started work to produce biodiesel. Then second generation fuel, so it came like microalgae. Okay, then you can see this. Third generation fuel, if I am talking about waste plastic, it is very important aspects to generate this biodiesel. So one of our scholar already has done work on it, and I'm just going to show you some result. But what are the prime concern? Okay, so during the literature, we have seen a little work has been reported in literature related to thermoeconomic analysis of plastic waste based biodiesel. So if I am going to talk about this thermoeconomic analysis, right now researcher has started a lot of work on this, but you can see it is really you can say a good research area. Okay, if you apply this techno-economic analysis and you are using like plastic waste as a for production of biodiesel, then right now you can do work. Okay, there is not so much work has been done. Okay, the increased level of plastic waste in the society has mandate to work for its recycling. Okay, it is always necessary. You can see this water sewage choking is just going to take place because of this plastic waste people are using on roads. Okay, so a permanent solution is highly required in the present stage. And you can see some other topics like energy analysis on this biodiesel. People always do, researchers always do this energy analysis. But exergy analysis, a little bit work has been done on this, you can say in this area. So people also can do work in this area. Now, fuel preparation and characterization, if I am going to talk about, so there are basic steps like primary recycle process, a secondary recycle process, tertiary recycle process, and quaternary recycling. So these are the basic process. I am just going to tell you, not going in the detail. So this process for plastic waste into diesel fuel. So first will be pre-treatment, then second point will be shedder, then pyrolysis process, then condensation, and finally refining, mean to say heavy oil and this biodiesel you have to simply refine. Now this is the fuel preparation and characterization. You can see here in this waste plastic enter in the melter, then extrusion machines. After that it enters in the pyrolysis reactor, and then with the help of catalyst in the catalytic reactor we send it for the condenser to condense. After that this is the mixed oil tank, and finally fractioning tower just divide this heavy oil and diesel oil. So this diesel we use from the industrial point of view as well as for the transportation point of view. So hydro treatment process. So the above experimental setup supports the hydro treatment of fast pyrolysis. The obtained fuel from pyrolysis is valorized to notch up the quality of the fuel to fulfill the market demand. The product of pyrolysis is undergoes through a reactor with two-stage process for deassociating gas and liquid product. We have seen already. The fast pyrolysis of plastic yields an average of 45 to 50% of oil, 35 to 40% of gases, and 10 to 20% of tar. So this tar is a big issue in the biodiesel production, and researchers are also looking for the solution of it. Now, this is the fuel preparation and characterization. So basic researchers, if just enter in the field of this biodiesel production, they should go through all these processes. This is not a typical task. It is the hydro treatment process. I am just going to show you here. Now, this biodiesel properties. So biodiesel properties, what we have used this plastic waste. Okay, so these results, you can see gross calorific value, moisture content, sulfur, flash points. Okay, and other points, pore points, total sediments. Okay, specific gravity, viscosity, density, ash content, and cetane number you can see. Now these were the experimental setup. Okay, so you can see this is a generalized experimental setup, and mostly when we completed this work in 2021, you can say right now a lot of advancement has come. Okay, and this especially in case of this exhaust gas analyzers. Okay, good quality, and so you can say effective gas analyzer are present in the market. Okay, so I'm not going in the detail. It is the pressure transducer mounted on engine head. Okay, so you can see this Kirloskar engine we use, but right now in the market, you can say from the research point of view, good quality engines are available. So this was the smoke meter. Now these were the three points. First was energy analysis, second was exergy analysis, and third was the economic analysis. So you can see this energy analysis. Okay, we use simplified formulas for this. Okay, and these energy supplied to the shaft power, heat carried by coolant, heat carried by exhaust gases. These are the mathematical, equations, and I think you should be aware with all this. In thermodynamic analysis, in thermodynamics, we all go through this. Exergy analysis, basically, it is the second law of thermodynamics. It is based on second law of thermodynamics. In exergy analysis, basically, we are using the concept of the energy utilized. Okay, so in this exergy analysis, basically, our main focus on the calculation of the maximum utilize energy. In case of energy analysis, you can see it is based on the first law of thermodynamics, but exergy analysis based on the second law of thermodynamics. So these are the basic equations. Okay, basically we check the availability in this case in exergy analysis. So these are some basic equations. So young researchers can go. It is just the basic for them. Yeah, it is very important part. Now, if I'm going to talk about economic analysis, so whenever you are using, you can say any research, okay, in any area, not in this biodiesel, in any area, you have to add 2 points basically in your research. First is economic analysis, we call it as a cost analysis, and second is environmental analysis. In your research, if you are putting these 2 points, if possible, I'm not saying it is mandatory, if possible, if you put these 2 points, your research paper publication acceptance chance is more than 90%, because it is the only uh, area where still researchers are struggling. Because if I'm going to talk about economic analysis, so definitely inflation rate will be different in different nations. Okay, so data required, accurate data required for this. So our scholar has done a lot of work, and we completed this work with the thermohydroxy company that is a situation in South India. Okay, so with the help of that company, we just completed this study. So you can see here what we used: waste plastic collection from household and municipal waste plastic, then pre-treatment of waste plastic by using shredder, then pyrolysis and hydrotreatment process, fuel delivery to the market. Okay, so you can see cost analysis of shredder and pyrolysis and hydrotreatment experiment setup. We are just going to show according to the capacity. Okay, so these were available in the market as 300 kg per hour, 500 kg per hour, 700 kg per hour shredder you required. So the cost is available. So we have done a lot of work on this, and finally, you can say we have compared the how much profit we will get if we are using this. So we are comparing it with the diesel, pure diesel, and waste plastic. So we have seen if we are going to produce 450 liter of diesel, okay, it will have cost, you can see here, and the total cost for 450 liter of waste plastic oil. So there is a, you can say, cost margin or the profit, in comparable profit, I am saying it will be 3793, approximately 4000, okay, on 450 liters. So if we are going to produce biodiesel at higher level, then it is the best option, otherwise it is not a good option. Okay, so number of questions I told you earlier, this I have not included the research work in depth in this. Okay, so just from the basic point of view, I have just prepared this. Now you can see there are a number of questions come in our mind. First is plastic waste biodiesel the same as conventional biodiesel? So it is obvious, conventional biodiesel basically based on this vegetable oil or animal fats. We have seen this. Okay, but plastic derived fuel basically hydrocarbon polymers. Now next question, if we see here, come in our mind, can plastic fuel be directly used in diesel engine? Yes, but in blends. You directly can't use this. Okay, because if you want to use 100% plastic fuel, so you need some modification in the engine. Okay, otherwise you would not be able to use it. Next concern comes, what are the environmental concern? Okay, so this presence of sulfur or heavy metals, risk of air pollution if standards are not maintained. It is about the fuel-based biodiesel I am talking about. Next point come, how does it impact engine performance? So comparable performance in a blended form. If you are using it in blended form with the diesel, then comparable performance. There is no such issues, but slightly lower efficiency in some cases. Now, next point, is this technology economically viable? Yes, but reason I told you earlier, if you are going to produce this biodiesel at a at a higher quantity, okay, it is not the case you are using it 1,000 liter, 2,000 liter. No, then it is not profitable. Okay, so second advantage of this plastic waste is readily available. Okay, so you can collect a lot of plastic waste. There is, no shortage of this. So as a raw material, if I'm saying I will face any issues in the future, so answer is no. I will never face this issue. Okay, only setup cost of pyrolysis plant are high. Okay, initially investment is very high. Okay, as comparable to the others, small level plants. Now, what type of plastic can be used here? You can see the types like polyethylene, polypropylene, polystyrene. PVC is generally avoided in this case. Okay. So efficiency, if I am going to talk about efficiency of plastic to fuel conversion, typically 60 to 80% of plastic can be converted into usable fuel only. Okay. So efficiency is also less for this. So a nutshell conclusion is, plastic waste biodiesel is not the ultimate future fuel, but it is an important transition solution that addresses both energy demand and plastic pollution simultaneously. With technological improvement and policy support, it can play a significant role in sustainable development. So we can see that right now the situation is biodiesel, if you will see in transportation point of view, very less we are using this. But from industrial point of view, in south, if you visit, number of industries are using it. Okay, how they are using is, they are using it for the for running the burners. Okay, because heat 24 are required. So how they will do coal? They can't use. Okay, petrol, diesel is costly, so they use this biodiesel. So this plastic waste, biodiesel is very important, and you can say, however, it is. I can't say it will be the future, but it will help to get our energy target in future. So I would like to request the people who are working in this and doing their research in this, okay, to improve the efficiency of this kind of biodiesel, work on these aspects especially. So with this, I would like to end this presentation, and I would like to thanks Professor Tanu ma'am for inviting me for this talk, and would like to congratulate all Meti University to organize such beautiful event. Okay, so thank you once again to all of you. If any query, you can ask your questions, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ravinder. Just one thing was in my mind, since this is now it is biodiesel, while it is coming from plastic. Plastic is not any biological entity. Why it is called biodiesel?
No, because actually, biodiesel, because what is the definition of biodiesel? What is the definition basically of biodiesel?
Some biological matrix.
Yeah. So you have seen in my presentation, I already discussed that the biodiesel, we are just going to use this seed oil. Okay, mean to say waste we are using, fat we are using. Okay, so in this terms of plastic waste, we are using polymers. Okay, so that's why we are using this word, this plastic waste biodiesel, because it is a kind of raw material is divided into different categories. Okay, like polymers, like fat. Okay, like seed oils. So just like that, we have defined this.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing this pressing issue. In the mid of the session, I would now like to announce that Honorable Founder President's Office has got this program put on the MET YouTube channel. Kindly access MET YouTube channel and mention the name of the program, then you'll be able to access it. Moving on. To leave the world better than you found it, sometimes you have to pick up other people's trash. Now I would like to invite Dr. S. Anbumani sir, scientist in CSIR, Indian Institute of Toxicological Research, Lucknow, and his topic of talk is plastic toxicity and impact on ecosystem.
Yeah, hello. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Uh, my slides are visible.
Toxicity aspect of life.
My slides are visible.
Yes, they are visible.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Very good afternoon to everyone. Today I'm going to present about the microplastics occurrence in the environmental matrices and their toxicological impacts on the biota. So just give you a brief idea about what are these tiny particles, nothing but the degradation of the larger plastic items in the environment through multiple sources, and they are broken down into the smaller particles. That's why the term microplastics, they call it as microplastics, typically which are less than or equal to 5 mm in their size. Nowadays, there is another term is emerging up, which is a nanoplastics, which are in the nanoscale. And these are all like omnipresent everywhere, like the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat. And it is everywhere. If you take any one commodity, it will be there, this microplastics presence, including the fruits and food, air, water, soil, plants, and also in the animals which we are edible or non-edible, whatever it is. And finally, it reaches the humans also. Particularly, it is even reported to occur in humans, biological fluids, and also even in the brain. It even ready to cross the blood-brain barrier. So this pictorial representation shows what happens when larger plastic items comes to the environment, and how they are getting broken down into the smaller plastics through reaction with the lights, degradation, etc. And how every trophic organisms in each trophic level is getting exposed, and finally how it reaches to humans also. So what we did before doing this exact what is the levels, we did a systematic meta-analysis, like to know what are the how much levels of these microplastics are reported across the globe. So for that we did a meta-analysis. This is a pictorial representation of what I am going to present here. Like we'll collect the data from the literature across the globe, whatever it's published till January 2025. And we collected the levels of microplastics from waters, including freshwater, marine, and sediments, and also from the organisms which are getting engulfed. Based on that, we derived the microplastic toxic index scale with the different microplastics concentrations, and we experimentally validated with the scale using the model organism Daphnia magna, which is a freshwater crustacean coming under the invertebrate category, and exposing these are small tiny organism to the microplastics, and we studied whether the environmentally relevant concentrations have any significant impact on reproduction or not. So this is the methodology we have adopted for the meta-analysis. So we have collected different number of data points. For example, we have collected the published literature with respect to the water matrix, from 258 studies with 2,167 data points. And for sediments, from 152 studies, we have collected 738 data points. And for biota, from 88 studies, we have collected 610 data points. And we compare the laboratory-based data points with the field-based reported things so that we will come to know the level of concentrations, microplastic concentrations present in the real field conditions. Then we normalize the data and we subjected the data to different analysis, like analysis of concentrations, hazard potential of these microplastics, and the generation of microplastic stock scale, followed by their experimental validation. Example, this is the first step which we collected from the using the databases such as PubMed or Google Scholar. For the cytometric analysis, when we put microplastics, we get n number of clusters. So this is a floral diagram which shows us n number of clusters showing the interaction of microplastics with the different kinds of variables and all. So from this, we used to filter it out as per, according to our requirement. And finally, when we put meta-analysis under microplastics, the connections are not that not dense as compared to the general microplastics. And particularly with environmentally relevant concentrations, still the connections are very, very limited. So which requires the need of the our to conduct systematic meta-analysis of these microplastic concentrations across the different environmental matrices to get some unified framework, which will further help for our risk assessment strategy. And this is a bar diagram shows the list of microplastic publications starting from 1976 until 2025. This we have chosen up to the January month 2025 when we completed this meta-analysis for our analysis. But now this is again, you can, if you again do redo it, and this bar will definitely grow into a much higher height. So this shows us clearly that there is an increasing trend in the number of publications in the microplastics in the recent past, which emphasizing the need of the risk assessment of these tiny plastic particles in the environmental and human health aspect. So when we run the analysis, this is our interesting findings. We just categorize the data points into three different waters. One is the marine, freshwater, and the brackish water. And this clearly shows in the freshwater ecosystems act as the hotspots of the microplastics, which causes them to enter into the ocean or the marine environment, because the number of particles sizes are very much higher in here in this range, in the median range, and compared to the marine where it is in this particular range. For example, this is a freshwater data points median which is get accumulated here. However, in the marine it is getting accumulated here. In brackish, it is clearly shown it is the spanning between these two ranges, because brackish water is the nothing but the area where the freshwater and the seawater used to meet. So here that dissolution then plays a major role in transferring the microplastics from freshwater to the oceanic compartments. So this we did it with the crystal Wallace non-parametric test to find out the significant differences across these three water matrices. We are representing the microplastics concentrations in the big meter. This is the data of this microplastic occurrence in the sediments across the country wise, because we have chosen around 63 countries data we have taken from the literature, and we normalize the data with respect to the spherical, assuming that all the microplastics are spherical in shape. However, in reality, it is not that, but for the ease of analysis, we normalize the data points, because it is very difficult to cohesively bring the concentrations, because microplastics are not all in one unique shape. It will be in different shapes. Some are in spheres, some are in fragments, most of them are in fibers. But for the ease of analysis, we normalize the data by considering the microplastics as the spherical particles by taking the diameter into the account, and then we converted them into the concentration based units, into the particle based units. And this shows the different countries. The red ones line shows the median values, because we always consider the median values in the meta-analysis because of the high variability in the data, which we call the skewness of the data, because mean values cannot be considered because of the larger standard deviation, because in one particular country, in one particular field, there will be a 0 microplastics at one sample location. In another, it will be 100 microplastics. So that gives us a wider standard deviation. So ideally, for meta-analysis data, the median values are needs to be taken into the consideration. So which are here presented as a red color borderline. So this tells us that median microplastic concentrations of different countries in the sediments. So it is also present in the sediments to an extensive content. In this particular graph is the microplastics concentrations between the lab and the field based on our metadata. And interestingly, it finds that if you see the field concentrations which are in blue color, they all are in this particular region, which are at the concentrations are very, very low. However, the laboratory concentrations where the organisms are exposed to the microplastics to find out the effects, they all are very, very extremely very high concentrations, which in fact, in reality, in picture, to reach these concentrations is take so many number of years. But however, there are few studies, only 28% of studies were conducted within the environmentally realistic range. So which requires that impacts should be studied at the environmentally realistic range concentration rather than the very, very high concentrations which are not going to occur very soon. This again shows the particle size of the microplastics that are present in the both environment and the field. If you see in the laboratory, they are all very, very larger in size, and however in uh, the laboratory they have used smaller particle size, and however in the field they are reported in the very, very high particle size. So particle size is also matters when it comes to the studying the toxicological impacts or the health effects, because it's again depends on how the organisms are able to engulf this particular plastic particle so that they can reach their digestive system, and then it started inducing their negative effects. So based on all these data, we generated a TOX index scale, which is a heat map showing different concentrations in terms of particles per meter cube. And these are the environmentally relevant concentrations, and this light pinkish color is the highest concentrations reported in the environment. So this particular area where the values are given in the percent, this is nothing but the percent in the effects has been recorded or reported in the literature with respect to the endpoint. For example, exposure to microplastics, how much percent of population is getting affected, how much percent of organism it induces lethal effects and sublethal effects, and is there is any target organ based toxicity is there or not, and is there is any molecular level effects are there or not. So all these are given in the scoring based criteria we have developed, which each person denotes that at particular concentration this much percent of the effects, like irrespective of molecular effects or toxicity based organ based effects. There are certain non-toxic effects also reported, and the cellular and biochemical effects are also being reported. So this is the microplastic tox index scale we have generated based on these meta-analysis data from this many number of endpoints, 2167 data points. And it is definitely worth to experimentally validate this particular microplastics index scale under the laboratory conditions to scientifically proven whether this toxic scale is like reliable or not. So what we did, the concentrations which we reported in this tox scale, we exposed this Daphnia magna, which is a small invertebrate freshwater crustacean, to these several concentrations of microplastics, and we noticed some decline in their reproduction potential at very, very high concentrations. However, at the lower concentrations, we didn't find any significant impact. They are not statistically significant difference. Except at the last three higher concentration, there is some significant decline in their number of offsprings produced by the parent animals. So move on to the next one. We also find out the occurrence of microplastics in the vertebrates, particularly in fishes we collected from the environment. For example, we have collected different fish species from the environment. Most of them are edible, like Channa punctatus, Labiobata, Labiorohita, Salmostoma, and Pontius amphibius. And we isolated gills, digestive tract, and the muscles, which is the edible portion. And we digested, and then we categorized filtration, observation, and then we did the polymer characterization using Raman spectroscopy, find out the polymer type of the microplastics. And this is the stereomicroscopic image showing the presence of the microplastics in the form of a fiber, is a green in color, and this is the after confirmation. We did a hot needle test. For example, we used to touch the microplastics with the help of a hot needle. If it is really a plastic, the shape will get distorted. For example, in this case, it was like lengthy filament, and when it, because of the plastic nature, when it interacts with the heat, it gets distorted the shape. Like this, we confirm that yes, it is a plastic material present in the respective tissue. So, like that, the microplastic abundance is that increasing from the different species. Chenna punctatus has the maximum microplastic abundance. There is a particular reason for this also. This particular species occupy the benthic habitat also. It means it will go and most of the fishes are like surface feeders, surface dwellers, or they will be remain in the middle of the water column. And some fishes will go up to the sediment. This Chenna punctatus used to stay in the sediment also. So the exposure is not only from the water, it also through the sediment. That might be one of the reason why this particular species is having a very high microplastic abundance. Coming to the polymeric composition, we identified most of the microplastics belongs to high density polyethylene and the low density polyethylene. So fibers type, as I mentioned earlier, microplastics are detected in different shapes like fragments, pellets, spherules like that. But fibrous type of microplastics are the most abundant type of microplastics present in these organisms, which requires more attention for further ecological risk assessment. Next, extended to the whether these microplastics have any effects on soil organisms, our laboratory conducted some studies by exposing the earthworms. So we all know like earthworms is a hermaphrodite organism, which is we call it as the family, I mean farmer's friend. Also we call it as intestines of the earth. So what we did, we exposed these earthworms to the polyethylene microplastics, parallelly with the agrochemical pesticide carbendazim. The reason is I don't know how many of you heard about the plastic mulching, because plastic mulching is a process which is widely used in the agricultural areas to retain the moisture of the soil. So no need to pour water, no need to provide water to that particular crop more frequently. So to overcome that water scarcity, people used to the plastic mulching. So this plastic mulching, what happens because of this activity, interaction of this plastic polyethylene films with the help of light and the water, they started degrading and they broke down into the smaller plastic particles. In parallel, what we will do again to enhance the crop productivity, we used to spray the pesticides. So the co-exposure of microplastics and the pesticides is highly possible under agricultural settings. So we expose the earthworms to these two components, and we found out there is a synergistic effect of both microplastics and carbendazim exposure in the earthworms. All the levels of organization, biochemistry level, individual organism, I mean individual organ level, and also at the reproduction level, the effects are synergistically more when microplastics and the chemicals are combined together than the individual exposure. So this is not only reflect at the biochemical level, this reflects at the organism level also. For example, this is the histopathology, nothing but we have taken the internal organs, we will stained with the hematoxylin and eosinstein and find out the effects of the individual organs. Mainly here I am focusing on the reproductive organs. One is spermatheca, another one is the ovarian follicles. As the concentration of the microplastic increases, the number of spermatozoa and also the number of ovarian follicles in the earthworms are getting decreased, which evidently shown that there is a significant decrease in the spoon and the Michelin formation, which is shown in the green in color here. So the score is very high. So this clearly shows that combined exposure of microplastics with the pesticides have some severe effects on the reproductive performance of the animal, which causes threat to the population level also. So this inevitably shows that microplastics are present everywhere in the water sediment and also in the soil, and it affects the organisms residing under each ecological plume. So there are certain mitigation strategies are also currently available. For example, one is from the source reduction. We have to reduce the plastic at the sourcing stage itself. So everyone should use single-use plastics or reusable and sustainable alternatives and better products. For example, the textile and the laundry control, tire and road runoff control. For example, whenever these tires we are using in the vehicles, that abrasion of the tires in the road will also generate significant amount of microplastics, which is one of the most direct threat for the aquatic water bodies. So this also should be controlled. We should upgrade our wastewater treatment plants filtering capacities so that in order to effectively control this microplastics entry into the water systems or into the sludge through the agricultural land. Then also we should enhance the breakdown of the plastics like biodegradation phenomena come into this picture. Then finally, at the waste management level, we should focus on the better waste management so that every citizen have the responsible to dispose the litter in a properly. As much as possible, we should try to recycle it, and then we should try to avoid the using of the single usage microplastics. So which I have mentioned it here under 5 different terminologies, which is prevent, contain, treat, degrade, and then govern. If all this 5 of these endpoints, the most important change is the behavioral change. The individual as a responsible citizen, it's our individual behavior we should change in avoiding the usage of these plastics just because of the whims and fancies. We should not use this single-use plastics and all. Better we should move towards some of the alternatives. So these are the some of the best practices where one can try to avoid the usage of these plastic products, because this is not only a 1 day problem or a 1 year problem. This problem will persist for many number of generations, so which affects our environmental sustainability. So everyone should keep in mind about prevent, contain, treat, degrade, and govern. So on this Earth Day, I will just like to show this pictorial format, small particles, which creates a big problem, the microplastics. However, when you have a very good small choices, we can bring a big change to the our Mother Earth in terms of making the entire Earth as a holistic approach. So let us be a part of the solution. Let us try to not to use a single-use plastics. Let us focus on certain alternatives so that we can keep our Mother Earth more happily. So with this, I will conclude my talk. Wish you happy Earth Day to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Ambumani. It's really, alarming the kind of toxicity you have shown. In fact, we would like to work on plastic also. We have been, some literature review and studies. We have planned some studies in the freshwater lakes in Himachal region, Nolas and all, because there are many tourists who are going and they are leaving their pet bottles and plastic chips packets and all those. So that is one of the project which I have made, and also in the Yamuna River, Department of Environment Protection called the call for proposal for microplastic removal and toxicity studies. So we would like to join hands with you on nanoplastic and this microplastic. Please,
Sure, doctor.
if how we can work together.
No, for example, as you said, this is the hotspot which you are selected is a really a good field work, because let us start from the field, then we can bring the solutions to the we can generate the solutions in the lab. So as you said, you can I don't know what is your rationale in that one. You are planning to collect only water samples or soil samples or like both, or so accordingly you can plan your sampling strategy in that particular place. So ideally, better you can choose not only the soil and water, you can also select some of the organisms from that your hotspot. So that will give you some clear picture about the current scenario, contamination scenario. The, apart from the microplastic extraction from that samples, we will also look into the other chemical substances that are getting absorbed on the plastics. That is something most important thing, because microplastics act as a vectors. So it even they won't. So for example, in some places we don't even come to know the presence of that particular chemical. But all of a sudden, we will come to know that some X chemical is present in that place where there is no sources from the industry or it's not from the public usage. So we don't know from where that particular chemical has come. But if you see, look into the deeper picture, the culprit here is a microplastics where they used to bring it from the other places. So that's why this we call it as the long range environmental transport in the LRET in the environmental toxicology aspect. So that vector potential, the associated chemical contaminants with the microplastics, which is something more important to study. So if you keep this part also in your study, it will be more valuable. That is something more. It will give you some. Definitely, it will give some deeper picture of your objective.
Studies can be carried out. We have a lithometric apparatus which has been patented. So we can even do leading studies of these micro and nanoplastics.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining in.
Thank you, Dr. Tanu.
We truly appreciate your insights that inspire us to rethink our relationship with plastic and the planet. The planet can survive without plastic, but plastic cannot survive without harming the planet. Continuing this important conversation on protecting our planet, I warmly invite Dr. E.V. Ramasamy.
Now next, I think we have invited Dr. E.V. Ramasamy, and he's also he's worked in the polar Antarctica. Dr. Ambusamy spoke about grasshopper effect, no? Grasshopper effect. And through this orograph effect, because there are not very many people in Antarctica, but how microplastic is reaching the polar regions, Dr. E.V. Ramasamy will give a light on that. Welcome, Dr. E.V. Ramasamy. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Professor Tanu Jindal. I think I shall share my PPT. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
And I am audible, I suppose?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. So, very good afternoon to one and all. And then I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share some of my views and experience working with polar regions on microplastic. In fact, my studies on microplastics almost a decade old when we started in 2016. A kind of preliminary kind of works only we started with, and then slowly we moved to the polar regions. So I just want to brief you some of my experience or my views on this topic of microplastic in the polar region. This is the outline. I just want to share some of my slides on the polar life, where an international research base is situated at Noida, Svalbard. Then I'll go to a microplastic as an overview. Maybe my previous speaker also has given a good talk on microplastics. Still, I will give my views on the microplastics as an overview. Then, of course, risk associated with microplastic pollution. Then a brief account on what we do at Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala, School of Environmental Sciences, with respect to microplastic. Almost for a decade we are working with that. And then let us see the conclusions based on our work on Arctic fjord. So I think this is a holistic picture of the New Alison research base, where Himadri is our Indian research station, where I could stay for a month and collect samples from the fjord. The fjord system is something very interesting. We'll come to it later. And then I collected samples of sediment and water at different depths, as well as surface water, to study the microplastic profile in different depths, and then the surface water, and then the sediment. But I'll be focusing on more on the sediments. So what you see on the right side corner is the sampling boat. At that time, only one boat. I do not know what is the current situation. That's called Keeson boat. Only one boat to be shared by 24 countries. There are 24 countries working in this international research base. So 11 such Himadri-like research stations are there. So that boat will be used to sample in this fjord, what is shown in the left side, I mean the right side corner. You see that Kongs Fjord is the fjord where we all work. Okay, then I will go to, these are some of the flora and fauna you often come across when you are working at Nualcent. You see that the middle of the slide there is a signboard showing the polar bear. So polar bear threat is there. So wherever you sign this board, these are the points where frequently the polar bears will cross. So, so the point is, a researcher when he lands at Nualcent to do some research, on the first day itself, he or she will be given rifle training. Because the team which goes out of the town limits, that is research station limit, should carry a rifle with them. That was the practice that time, but now I was told that a gunman will accompany you. So at any time you will come across a polar bear. So that was it. And you see that barnacle geese, a duck kind of organisms. I mean, they are very, very interesting. They are migratory birds. They come here during summer, lay eggs, hatch them. Their chicklings, they grow, develop within 2-3 months, and then they take them back. So that is a kind of interesting things you see there. And this is the research lab we have, the marine lab that works 24 into 7 all through the days. You can do some of your initial sample analysis using this lab. It's a wonderful lab research facility you have there. So it works all through the day. So you can take, I have done some of my extraction of microplastics from water, at least, not sediment. Water, I could do it using the research facility in this lab. Now, getting into the topic, plastics, I think you might have heard many talks today. I have not joined that. I could just join today because I was having another commitment. So I just joined the last talk. It was a good talk on microplastics. So plastics, in fact, we are not against plastics. Plastics are one of the very, very wonderful findings which helps us in day-to-day life. We are only against the mismanagement of the plastic waste. So only that creates the issue. Actually, plastic doesn't create any issue, but the mismanagement of the plastic waste leads to all these issues of micro and nanoplastics and marine litter, all that. You can see that in 1950s, only 2 million tons of plastics were produced at that time, but now it has crossed 460, I think. And the point is, of this 460 million tons of plastics are produced as single-use plastics. That is where is our concern. You use once or twice and throw it. So consequently, once you throw it, it remains. As per this quote, it takes only 5 seconds to produce. Maybe you will use it for 5 minutes, but it takes 500 years to break down or to disintegrate or to vanish. It persists. So there are 3 P's which I would like to emphasize upon. Plastics, persistence, and pervasiveness. These plastics, the plastic waste, they persist in the environment. That is one of the biggest issues. Then they are highly pervasive. They get distributed to any corner of the world. Take it polar regions or any mountaintop lakes, you find them everywhere. So they are highly pervasive and persist for hundreds of years. So that is why it causes great concern globally. Now, because the plastics are very useful, we consume, we buy a lot, more the consumption, higher would be the plastic waste generation. And there is only few countries may have a very good plastic waste management system, whereas other countries don't have it. So most of the plastic waste are thrown and then they finally reach the ocean or marine system through our network of rivers, streams, whatever you call. So all these plastics reach finally the ocean. So as per many data, there are many literature says that between 8 to 12 million tons of plastic litter reaches every year to the marine system. So 8 to 12 million tons, you can imagine how much huge quantity of plastic waste. And 80% of them originate from the terrestrial system. We throw it. Now, the point is, once it reaches the ocean or through its journey towards ocean, what happens to these plastics? Once they reach ocean, there are huge trash islands of plastics and marine debris. There are 5 such huge gyres have been found, and the 6th one is being proposed in Arctic, it seems. So that is the quantity of plastic waste we throw, and then they form huge islands in the oceans, world oceans. Now, what happens to these plastics when they on their travel towards ocean? So they are exposed to UV, ultraviolet, they are exposed to wind, they are exposed to wave action. So all this makes them fragment them into small particles. As per the size of the particle, we classify them as macro, meso, micro, and nanoplastics. So when the plastic particle size is more than 25 mm, that is 2.5 centimeter, we call them as macroplastics. When the size is between 25 and 5 mm, that is 2.5 centimeter to 0.5 centimeter, we call them as mesoplastics. And the particles which are less than 5 mm, that is 0.5 centimeters, we call them as microplastics. And when they are less than 1 micron, we call them as nanoplastics. So as per the size, we classify them as macro, meso, micro, and nanoparticles, plastics particles, I mean. And of course, microplastics, depending on their entry into the environment, they are broadly classified as primary microplastics and secondary microplastics. I begin with secondary microplastics because they are more concerned about that, because the plastic debris we throw, they are fragmented and they form particles, tiny particles less than 5 mm. We call them as secondary microplastics because they originate from a plastic already produced one, right? That's why they are called as secondary microplastics. The definition is they are originating from pre-existing plastic debris and their size is less than 5 mm. And then the primary microplastics are synthesized. They are manufactured. They are produced with some purpose. Most of these are found in the personal care products, our toothpaste, our shampoos, and then many such, our clothes. They do have the primary microplastics because they are produced as such, less than 5 mm in size, and they are produced at industrial scale level to be used as raw material or to be used in some of these products. So their primary microplastics are synthesized ones, produced ones, while secondary microplastics are generated when we discard the plastic items. They get fragmented and form the secondary microplastics. So this is the summary what we have discussed so far, right? So these are the different sources. You get the primary and secondary microplastics, right? And now what is the issue? What is the issue actually? What are the risks? So the one of the common risks what we understand is that when these microplastics reach the water bodies, maybe a lake or maybe a ocean, whatever it is, so they are they get into the food chain of that aquatic system, right? They become the food for the aquatic organism. By mistake, they think that these tiny particles are their food, so they just consume them. So they get into the food chain and then they get biomagnified. I mean, in the sense, I don't use the term biomagnified, but they multiply a number when they go up by number, they get magnified. And then finally, it comes to our dining table as in the form of seafood, right? So when we eat seafood, now there are many research papers are available. Most of them are contaminated with the microplastics. So whatever we throw on the land or terrestrial land, it goes to the ocean and comes back to us in the name of seafood items, right? So now the question is, what about vegetarians who does not eat the seafood items? Are they safe? So when we look at that, it unfortunately it is not so, because the sea salt, the abiotic product of the sea, you get the sea salt, that is also having microplastic. We have done in our lab, we We have worked with some 12 brands of table salt or sea salt available in the market, and we found all of them have the microplastics. So I'll come to that later. So these are the risks. So microplastics enter into the food chain, food web, and comes back to us so that we get them during our, when we eat our seafood or salt or even sugar or many things, they are contaminated with microplastics. Now the risks, there are 4 or 5 kinds of risks. We can see that. Polymers, when they are made into a product, they are not used as, pure polymers are not used. They are always added with some additives. You might have heard about phthalates, bisphenol A, all that. These are all additives added to improve the quality of the product. So that is one risk, when the plastic polymer itself is harmful for us, plus the additives. And then there are coloring substances. There are many coloring substances which are added to these plastics. That is also another risk. Besides all this, these plastic particles act as vectors. When they are remaining in the water body for hundreds of years, they absorb many of the contaminants in the water. It can be POPs, persistent organic pollutants, pesticides, heavy metals, persistent bioavailable toxic substances, PBTs. So these things can get absorbed on the plastic particles, microplastic particles, and they also get into the food web and food chain when a fish or when a marine organism eats the microplastics. Above all that, even the microbes can grow on them. They also act as vectors for the microbes. They are called microbial hitchhikers. They transport the microbes which form a biofilm on that, which can grow on that, colonize on that. So that along with the microplastic, we also eat the microbial, the consortia of microbes, any kind of thing, maybe pathogen, right? That way it goes into our system. Now, this is a very old slide, but still it can give you a picture that how the publications globally has gone up on the microplastics. So to begin with, only 2 or 3 publications, 2000. Now it is more than 6,000 papers are produced. You can see that within these 2 decades, the huge number of publications. That means the topic is still hot. Now I'll go to the microplastic studies in Arctics. Actually, when we did this search somewhere in 2021, we could find only 10% of the global microplastic papers are from Arctic region. Very less, very less. And these were the countries which were publishing at that time on microplastic in Arctic. As per the data of 2020, India is not there. By 2021, we could publish this paper based on our study in the sediments of Arctic fjord. So that has added our country also to the list of microplastic researchers in polar regions, Arctics, right? Of course, as I said, we started our study on microplastic in somewhere 2016, almost a decade ago. We started with a lake. It's a very, very unique lake in Kerala. It's called Vemanar Lake. It gets 7 rivers discharge into it. So all these 7 rivers are major rivers in Kerala. They bring everything, trash from many highly populated cities, towns, and dump them into this ocean. So into this lake. This lake has a barrage. Tanirmukam Bund, it is called. It is closed for 4 or 5 months. That means the water gets retained in this lake for 5-6 months. That means whatever trash is brought, it can stay there. So it can get into the food chain and food web. That way it's a very interesting. So we began our work in 2016 with this sediment. Then we found full of microplastics, huge number of microplastics in the sediments, and we published it in Environmental Pollution. That was first report from India on microplastics. Right, as I said, we have done works with sea salt, green mussels, packaged drinking water, and many such works are done and they have been published. So this is the work. I presented it in the international conference at Thailand. They produced it as a chapter of a book. So as per our study, these are the highlights of the study. Almost 200 particles of microplastic we take annually by taking less than 5 grams of salt. As per WHO guidelines, consumption of 5 grams of salt per day. Even with that, we are taking 200 microplastic through consuming salt. And this is our recent book on microplastics in human consumption. which was published in 2023. Myself and one of my PDF scholars have made. This book gives a, idea about many food items of the microplastics present in that, right? I'll go to there are many works done on microplastics of the Arctics, and the very first work was in 2014. We have done it. Yes.
Sama, due to the time constraint?
Yeah, of course. Definitely. I'll go to my work on whatever we have done and Arctic, this thing. This is the Kong's Fjord, the fjord system, which is opens in the Arctic Ocean, but it goes and ends with a mountain surrounded with ice. So the inner part of the fjord is fresh water, the outer part is marine water, saline water. It's a mixture of this. We have 8 locations, and we could collect samples during the summer of 2017 and 2019. We have collected samples of water, sediments, and then as per the standard procedure, we have extracted the microplastics from that, and we have observed it under stereo microscope, and we have identified the polymer component from the Raman spectrophotometer, and then these are some of the microplastic shapes. We could find most of them as fragments, sediments, the fragments, and some of them are fibers. These are the shapes we found. Polymer profile, when you look, the polymer types were high density polyethylene, low density polyethylene, and polyamide. Only 40% of our samples had microplastic, and number is very less, 1 to 4 microplastic per kilogram of sediment. These are some of the microplastic from water samples. So these are the results what I have said now. No primary microplastic was recorded in our study. All are secondary microplastics. And I could also make a trip to Southern Ocean that I am not explaining here. Some of the photos of this thing. So I thank National Center for Polar and Ocean Research, Ministry of Earth Sciences, for providing me the opportunity to do my work at Arctic and Southern Ocean. So I think with this I conclude. Thank you very much for this is my team of research scholars. With them only I could do all this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. E. Ramasamy. This is something which is very close to my heart. And in fact, we have a Center for Antarctic Research and Studies at MIT. We are the organization who's contributed to Antarctic research and environmental monitoring program of NCPUR from 2013 to 2018.
Okay, yes. Pardon? I didn't get, not clear, voice.
So you have studied in Arctic as well as in Southern Ocean at the shore.
Yes.
But maybe we can also pursue studies. We have submitted the proposal to this ESAM. Presentations are going on right now.
Okay. Yeah, Antarctic. Yes.
The project for analysis in microplastic in Brookness and Blueness Peninsula.
Okay. All the best. Hope you get it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And
thank you.
Children, do you have any question? Any question from children about Antarctic, Arctic, pristine condition, microplastics? Any question how they have reached? Because nobody lives there. How microplastic have reached? Have you ever thought of? There is a grasshopper effect, You know what is grasshopper effect? Orographic effect. From here, it evaporates with water, and then when it condenses in the colder region, in the poles are very cold, no? But what is Antarctic? It is a South Pole or a North Pole? South Pole, yeah. So it goes there, it condenses, settles down, and that's how we are sending the microplastic there. So thank you so much, Dr. Ramasamy, to be.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Meet in person sometime. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. From confusion to crisis, plastic has rewritten Earth's story. It's now my privilege to invite our distinguished voice in environmental sustainability, Dr. Amritanshu Srivastav. Dr. Amritanshu Srivastav completed his PhD from IIT Kanpur, where he worked on algal bacterial photobioreactors for nutrient removal. During his postdoctoral research, he worked on various approaches to optimize the algal biorefinery concept. He further worked on chromium contamination from chromite ore processing residue He is currently serving as Associate Professor at IIT Bombay, and his present research focuses on the occurrence and fate of micro and nanoplastics in the environment, process development for the removal of antibiotics and AMR from water and wastewater. Thirdly, sustainable management of seawater desalination brine, and fourth, algae-based treatment with biomass valorization. He has received awards for excellence in research as well as teaching. Please join, sir.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for inviting me to this conference, important conference. So let me share my screen.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sorry that there was some confusion about your joining. I request if you could give a very crisp talk in 10 minutes. Thank you so much, Dr. Amitanshu.
Sure, no issue, Professor Janit. Uh, so may I know how much time I have?
10 minutes, please, because we have children and this session is going very. Students have to leave, so that's why I request you. If you make it according to the, we have children with us, bachelors and also school students. So if you could make it according.
Sure. How much time do I have for my presentation? Sorry if I missed it. It would have been mentioned earlier, of course, but
10 to 15 minutes. I would be grateful. Yeah.
Sure. I will try to maybe finish in maybe 15-20 minutes. So thanks you. Thank you, Professor Jindal, for inviting me to this conference, and my sincere thanks to the organizers as well. This is an important conference, and I am happy that Amity University is hosting this important event. Now I have shared my screen, so can you confirm if it is visible?
Visible, yes.
Sure, thank you. So as speakers before me have already mentioned, and one of them was Professor Ramaswamy, who is one of the pioneer for microplastic research in India. So he has already explained many of the important concepts which are there, and I may also maybe repeat some of the things. So title of this talk is The Lost Plastic and Its Consequences, and lost plastic, because plastic in itself is not a bad thing. It is one of the very useful product that has been developed, one of the very useful compound that has been developed, and it is the wide application of plastic that we are observing in almost all spheres of our daily life. And the utility is so vast that you might also be knowing that if it was not plastic, then during our COVID periods, the casualties would have been much more. It is the use of plastic that has helped us save a lot of millions of lives globally, at least, not if not more than that. So plastic in itself is not a bad thing. It is just that whatever plastic we are not managing properly, that is resulting in all the issues we have observed. So that is why the title of this talk is The Lost Plastic and Its Consequences. And we all have seen these type of situations where you have plastic which does not enter the proper scientific disposal and all, and that results in all these type of environmental issues where you have the plastic getting accumulated in your water bodies, including rivers, oceans, so on, and you have this disposed plastic which is also affecting our other life forms and so on. So these are the examples of the macroplastics, but if you have smaller size particles, for example, micro and nanoplastics, then also more or less same issues arise. So here you have an example of these microplastics which have been ingested by zooplankton, and in turn the zooplankton have been taken up by the crabs. You can see this is the biotic transfer of microplastic that is happening from one species to the other. And then once it enters these type of species, then of course they are prone to all toxicity and things like that. So there is unscientific disposal of plastic that results in all these type of environmental challenges. Professor Ramasamy has already discussed how these secondary microplastics get generated from your larger site, macroplastics, and so on. Now, just to give you an idea about what is the quantity of the plastic that we are talking about. So this is the summary of data for 2019, which OECD has compiled for world. So here you can see right now we are mostly focusing on the fossil-based plastic production. So around 430 million tons of the plastic was produced globally, and only 2 million tons of the bio-based plastics were produced, and then a significant fraction of that entered into the environmental matrices because of the mismanagement. So, for example, around 82 million tons of the plastic entered the environment, and then you have the further segregation of this plastic either as a macroplastic or their subsequent degradation into microplastics, so on and so forth. So eventually a significant fraction of the plastic that gets produced, which is enters into the useful utilities and so on, and then a significant fraction of that is lost into the environment. Now you have soy as an example in 2019, and this is an old data that is there. So around 22 million tons of the plastic was leaked to the environment, out of which 80 to 88% was macroplastic and 12% was microplastics. Now, of course, the macroplastic fraction is very high, but it is also much simpler to tackle the presence of macroplastics in the environment, because if you can see something you can pick up from your with your bare hands, then it is much easier to handle and take care of that. In comparison to microplastics, which are of micrometer size ranges, which we cannot even see with our naked eyes. So managing these micro and then subsequently the nanoplastic particle becomes much more challenging and complicated. So we have a significant fraction of microplastics also being accumulating in various environmental matrices. The previous speakers have already highlighted this particular aspect. So we have something to be worried about. You have a lot of macroplastic, you have a lot of microplastics. Now, these human exposure pathways are also widely established now for these micro and nanoplastics. So, if you have these particles present in the breathing air, then of course we are also going to inhale them. Then, depending on the size of the particle, if they are smaller than 2 micrometer and so less than 2.5 micron aerodynamic diameter, then they can also move towards the deeper parts of your lung, and otherwise they will stay on the outer parts of the lungs. And eventually these particles, once they have entered the alveolus and so on, then they can also enter the bloodstream and then move towards different organs of the body. Likewise, a lot of microplastics and nanoplastics have also been reported in different types of food items. So if you ingest those contaminated food items, then also these particles will enter the human body. And of course, the dermal contact, since many of our products contain primary microplastics and then secondary microplastics also get generated. So if you use these dermal products, then also you have chances of these micro and nanoplastics entering into the body if they are able to enter the skin and so on, and the things will become more complicated if you have some wound so on. Out of these, the ingestion is one of the dominant pathway, and then through ingestion you can have these microplastics, nanoplastics entering into the gut, and from that gut it can then go into the human blood, and then with blood it can also move to different organs of the body, and then depending on the nature of the polymers which are present, the nature of the size of the particles, the toxic impacts may be, it may range from not very serious to very serious as well. So these are this is the compilation of some of the studies where the presence of these microplastics and nanoplastics have been are reported in different parts of the human body, ranging from brain, blood, lung, liver, kidney, colon, placenta, and so on. And this is just an example. Some of the organs which have been listed here. Of course, people have identified their presence in more than in many more such organs in different concentrations. And as you can see, the particle size is also very widely. So you can have in brain nanosite particles are reaching, in blood you can have even nano to microsite particles, so on and so forth. And the smaller the size of the particle, better capability it has to move around in our body, and then to reach much deeper organs like brain and so on. And then depending on the size, the shape, the toxicity will also varies. So these things are already well established. And these are some of the health impacts which also have been reported mostly through cell studies, where in different organs they will result in all sorts of health related impacts, which will be, some of those are serious, some of those are not so serious. But one thing has already been established, that we humans are exposed to these micro and nanosite plastics. These particles enter the human body, they can move into different organs, and once they are in different organs, they can also exert a lot of toxic impacts. Now the situation is further complicated because these plastic particles are not simple particles. You have a lot of chemical additives also added in these plastic particles. So for example, the plasticizers, filler, flame retardants, and others, and so on. And with the presence of these micro and nanoplastics in the human body, as well as different environmental matrices, these additive compounds may also leach out, and then they can also exert the toxicity. And as you can see, more than 13,000 such compounds have been used so far with plastics, and more than 3,000 of such compounds have been known to be toxic in nature. So if these additives get released into the body or in the environment, then they will also exert some toxicity, and then you have a very more complicated situation where the toxicity, because of the size of the particle as well as the polymer, is also compounded with the presence of these additives which are there. And this is one of the important topic that the scientific community is now focusing on. Now, one question that is important to address these issues is, suppose if you have these micro and nano-sized plastic particles present in the environment, then how much particles we are actually exposed to. So we had done this study where we had done the actual exposure assessment by direct sampling of the food we ingest, the water we drink, and the air we breathe. So we had collected samples, repeated samples, different days, different people, and so on. And then we had analyzed those samples for the presence of these microplastics. And so these are some of the results. As you can see, the food is contributing to a significant amount of microplastic load to a human body, ranging somewhere from 1,000 to, let's say, 15,000 particles per day. And then the distribution is also there. You have the fibers, fragments, beads, so on and so forth. What is more also important is that the cumulative exposure is dominated by the food ingestion, and then you may ingest anywhere from 0 to 500 mg of microplastics per day. So now, since we know that we are consuming a significant amount of these microplastics and so on, then the next question is, what is the eventual fate of these particles in the human body? So then we had conducted this study also. So this is the human digestive system, where if ingestion is one of the dominant pathway of microplastic entering the human body, then it will also pass through different organs and so on, where different types of digestive systems, various enzymes are present. They will also try to act on these different polymers. So then what will be the eventual fate of these plastic particles within the human body? So this is one key question which currently is not that evident. So we have done an in vitro study where we had tried to simulate the human digestive system in the lab by adding different types of these enzymes and other such chemicals which are typically present in these organs. And then we had tried to see how they are going to affect the microplastics if they are ingested by the human body. So we had studied 4 different types of polymers: nylon, polypropylene, polystyrene, and high density polyethylene. So we had conducted these studies, and then we had tried to see the overall impact on these plastic particles. So as you can see, with the in vitro digestion, we could observe the fragmentation of these large plastic particles into even smaller size plastic particles, micro size particles, or even nano size particles. Now, why it is important is that with this fragmentation, you can have generation of more finer, smaller size particles. Some of those may be nanoplastics as well. And smaller the particle size, it has more potential to reach the internal organs of the human body, for example, brain and so on. So then you will have the presence of these smaller particles into such organs, and then it can result in lot of toxic impacts and so on. We had also tried to see how this in vitro digestion affects the functional groups which are present. And not surprisingly, these polymers are very inert in nature. So only a small change in the functional groups we were able to observe. But of course, if you give more time for these particles, once these particles are retained in the body, then they will get more time for these enzymes to work upon, and then more functional changes might have happened. And then a lot of surface morphological changes also occur. So as you can see with untreated, that is the raw particles, and then treated, that undergoes with the digestive system, you can observe these kind of morphological changes, which again will result in the generation of a lot of smaller side particles or leaching of different chemicals. And we could also report the leaching of different additives which are present in these polymers. So you can see if these particles remain in the human body, so a lot of these additives will also get leached out, and they have some toxicity and things like that. So then, if this is the situation, then what should be our way forward? So of course, our previous speakers have also discussed this particular aspect. So what we have to basically do is you have to reduce the use of these plastic. If you have plastic, then basically you also have to reuse and recycle, so as the overall load of the plastic in the environment can be reduced. Of course, we have to substitute, meaning we have to also find out a better alternative of the conventional plastic, biodegradable plastic, so on and so forth. And then of course we have to remove the plastic that is already accumulated in the environment. So the treatment, the remediation, the removal, all these steps are also important. Now, what these actually require is scientific advancement. We need better substitute, we need better treatment technologies, so on and so forth. We also require a lot of policy intervention, both at national as well as international level. And then things are moving. So now people, scientific community as well as the general public is realizing the importance of addressing this particular problem, and a lot of work is now happening. In India, you have the plastic waste management rules are coming at global scale. Also, you have the global plastic treaty. So things are moving in a right direction. Of course, there is some inherent inertia. It will take some time to overcome those, but things are moving in a better direction. And then you need global collaboration. So the global plastic treaty is one such example, where majority of the countries are coming together to address this issue. And of course, the most important thing is we need some behavioral changes at the individual level. And if you are able to do that, then we should be able to address this issue. So with this, I thank all the organizers and the audience for their attention. Thanks. If you have any question, then we can maybe take.
So much, Dr. Amritanshu. And we are literally scared after seeing your presentation. I don't know, we were discussing as a panelist, we are discussing, we all have become meal content. We are consuming small poison every day. So maybe, resistance will increase over the period of time, just on the lighter note. But, these microplastics and now for the nanoplastics, I think they are more hazardous as they go into the bloodstream. And in fact, recently there was an article that we have one credit card amount of plastic in our body. Everybody.
Okay.
So, thank you so much for joining us. And I invite you in person at IIT campus Noida next time.
Sure, sure. Thank you, Professor Jinder. Thank you, my pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. As we continue our journey towards understanding plastic toxicity, I invite a speaker who brings valuable insights into this pressing issue. Dr. Navish Kataria, sir. Doctor has been serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Environmental Sciences at JC Bose University of Science and Technology, YMCA, Faridabad, India. Since January 2020, he completed his PhD in Environmental Science and Engineering in 2018. During his doctoral research, he was awarded the and UGC Junior Research Fellowship and Senior Research Fellowship by the UGC prestigious Dr. D.S. Kothari Postdoctoral Fellowship by UGC New Delhi. Dr. Kataria has recently received a UGC Startup Research Grant of 10 lakhs to support his research activities. Sir, please join us and grace the stage.
वहीं से आएगा नहीं नहीं मैम आपको खुला पड़ा हुआ है नहीं अभी आपको उनका पर्चा लगा ही नहीं Good afternoon to all of you. And first of all, I would like to congratulate to MIT University Noida for organizing this event, national conference, and special thank to Professor Tanu Jindalji for inviting me in this wonderful national conference on plastic toxicity. So, I'm not much talking about due to time constraint. I'm talking about just brief about the uh, microplastic pollution. Okay, microplastic pollution and tracking the environment journey. First of all, before talking about the microplastic, I'm talking about the plastic. Everyone talking about plastic problem, plastic pollution, but plastic is not a pollution. It is a major problem. Is plastic management. If and in our daily life, every student, I think everyone present here, it is used plastic and plastic based product. This one is student. This one is pen. Everyone carry this pen. Students carry different plastic based product like geometry and sharpener, pen, and daily life. Everyone, I think, use the plastic, and this plastic is not a major problem. Basically, this plastic that is not a pollution. That is, I will use this plastic. I'm using this plastic for different purpose. So this is plastic. This is made up of plastic. This is pollution. What do you say, students? This is pollution. This is made up of plastic. That plastic is pollution. You dump in anywhere. This is not a pollution because you can. It is waste when you dump this waste. That is not means again use this plastic means. If you refill this pen and again this use, that is not a dumping site. That is reuse again and again. That is not go to the dumping site. So that is not a pollution, create pollution. And plus, if you manage this plastic, that is not convert into the microplastic. Now major problem is microplastic and nanoplastic, and that is very small size. Basically, if I am talking about the definition of microplastic, that is less than the 5 mm in diameter. If this size is less than, that is easily enter in your body, different system, environment system, soil system, groundwater system, and through different environment system, that is enter in your body, and then that create the problem. So plastic is not a problem. The microplastic, that plastic, if you dump this pen into the any dumping ground, after 5 year, 10 year, that is disintegration, fragmentation, and that is converted into this type of plastic. You have seen this, and this plastic is easily enter in your food system, food chain, easily enter into your water that consume in river water, in fresh water system, ocean system, and then start that is toxic impact on your body. When enter in your body like virus, like bacteria, then create the problem. And first known research on microplastic that was reported by Carpenter and Smith in 1972. And that is the base of study. Basically, plastic debris smallest that is enter into environment system and that create the problem. Now, after that, I am basic talking about the plastic classification of plastic. Basically, plastic is classified based on the source. On the basis of source, that is classified into two categories: primary and secondary. Primary plastic, that is released from the manufacturing industry that produce the plastic, and secondary plastic, that is dumping site, that is disintegration, fragmentation, and then enter into environment system. That is secondary plastic, and that is major difference in the primary and secondary plastic. And based on the size, microplastic also categorized into three categories. One is nano microplastic, mesoplastic, and mesomicroplastic, and macro microplastic. Nano microplastic, that is size is 0.1 micrometer to 0.001 mm, and macro large size microplastic, that is 1 to 5 mm. And based on the shape, that is classified into five categories. Fragmentation, small size fragments, pellets, foam-like structure and bead-like structure. Basically, that size is less than 5 mm. That is the major classification of microplastic that is present in the environment. After that, microplastic sources and transportation and distribution. This image clearly indicates that the primary microplastic and the secondary microplastic that is entry into soil system and by different other medium environmental system from wastewater, from municipal solid waste and different industrial manufacturing system that is entry into the soil system, and through soil system that is entry into your plant system, and plant system and through soil system that is enter into groundwater system, river system, and then finally enter into ocean system. So this is the source and distribution of microplastic into the environment. Now various type of plastic polymer. Basically plastic is made up of different polymers. So basically that is 7 category of the plastic polymer, and majorly that is based on the global scenario of production of plastic polymer 2015, and 68%, 68 million ton of polypropylene plastic that is majorly produced in the different manufacturing industries, and that is the major problem, and that is used in the different plastic bottles, different pots and different other products of the plastics. And this is the major scenario of the plastic production, different type of plastic polymers production into the all over the world, global scenario. And that is a global scenario of single use plastic. Basically single use plastic, plastic bottles, polythene, these are the single use plastic. And that is a world map and indicate the production in million metric ton of microplastic generation in different countries. And in this map that is indicate that China is major single use plastic waste generation, and that is 25.4 million metric ton. And India is also the third largest single use single use plastic generation, and that single use plastic is entered into the environment and then converted into microplastic. And different plastic waste management rules that is made up by the Central Pollution Control Board. And in 2016, that is the first plastic waste management rule in which plastic is managed, and 15 micron size plastic is not used, basically banned. And in 2018, that is strengthening the urban local, some amendment in plastic waste management rule in 2018, 2021 and 24. And 24 major focus on the EPR, extended producer responsibility. What is extended producer responsibility? मीन्स जो कंपनियां प्लास्टिक प्रोड्यूस कर रही हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर रही हैं, उनकी प्लास्टिक वेस्ट को एनवायरनमेंट से रिमूव करना. ठीक है, डिफरेंट जो कंपनीज हैं वो डिफरेंट जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट के लिए, उनके साथ कोलैबोरेशन करके वेस्ट को रिड्यूस कर. ठीक है, दैट इज द प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट रूल 2024. And these are the several news in Times of India, Hindustan Times related to the plastic enter into environment system. Some article related to plastic in fish, and some are the related to the end of the plastic. 170 nations take first step to end plastic pollution. Different other plastic may harm the heart health and human health, that is also entering the plant system. These are the several news and article published in the day every day relate to the plastic pollution, and these articles is based on the research going on relate to the plastic. And now come on the some research study related to the microplastic and nanoplastic in food system. These plastic that dump into the soil system, that is disintegration and fragmentation, that is converted into microplastic and nanoplastic. And these small size microplastic and nanoplastic easily enter into plant root system and plant stem system, as well as enter into human body by different inhalation, ingestion process, and different through dermal. So these are the article published in related to the microplastic transportation in the food chain and the terrestrial ecosystem, terrestrial food chain also. And these are the microplastic transportation system in food chain. This image indicate that the transportation system of the food chain. Here indicate the producers, basically if plastic enter into soil system, then easily enter into groundwater system, river water system, and plant system through root that is enter into your plant part, different leaf part that is consumed as a vegetable, as a fruits, and that is enter in your body, and that is create the major problem. And in food chain, we are the higher trophic level, then easily pass through the different organisms. We take foods, we take vegetables, we take fruits, and these all containing the microplastic that is enter through the translocation from soil to plant system. And this is the uptake and translocation of micro and nanoplastic in plants. That image indicate easily translocation process, leaf uptake pathway, that is xylem and phloem system, that is enter the microplastic, and similar stem translocation system, and symplastic apoplastic pathway in which microplastic enter into root system, and if this enter into root system, then easily translocate into stem and leaf part of the plant. And these are the toxic effects, that is effect on the immune system, oxidative stress, and loss of microbial community in the soil system. Several toxic impact of this microplastic when enter into the plant system. And these are the possible pathway of micro and nanoplastic in human body: by the ingestion, by the inhalation. If that is microplastic present in the atmosphere, that is we inhale this air, that some plastics are enter into our body and that enter into lungs, and that may be carcinogenic effect. And these are the system of microplastic enter into human body. Exposure route, when we in microplastic present in atmosphere, we inhale this, and some food that is contaminated with the microplastic, nanoplastic, we consume this food. Basically food, if we are talking about the food, everyone use order some means person use Swiggy and Zomato app for the food order, and everyone know that if we order the food, they supply the food in the plastic container, and that plastic container containing some plastic, and high temperature means vegetable put into the plastic container, that plastic is mixed up in the food, and that we consume this food, that is easily enter into your body. That is a major pathway of the exposure pathway of the microplastic. And fetal transmission, some study indicate that plastic is also entered through the mother to baby, that some study indicate that, and some other dermal through skin ke through that enter into the body, and that is cause toxic impact, neurotoxicity, carcinogenic, accumulation in various organ, and reproductive toxicity. These are the toxic impact of the microplastic. And microplastic in sewage sludge and agriculture soil, these are articles. This image indicate that microplastic collect from the extract from the sewage sludge, and then these are the same image, basically high magnification zooming image of the microplastic, that indicate the same image of the microplastic, that indicate the rough structure of the microplastic, that is easily absorb the different other toxic pollutant on the surface. And these are the in agriculture system, that is enter into soil system and different other system already discussed about. Now major problem of microplastic, major micro and nanoplastic is a major problem for the environment. But other than this microplastic, another major problem related to the microplastic, that microplastic also bind with the some other toxic pollutant that is present into the environment, and these toxic pollutants bind with the microplastic, and bind with the microplastic and then enter into environment system, soil system, plant system, and human system. These are the one research study conducted related to the microplastic interaction with the other toxic pollutants. And here in this study we take different sample of microplastic that put into the freshwater system, and air system, and sea water system, and that is put in normal light, basically in sunlight में हमने तीन इस रिसर्च स्टडी में हमने जो स्टडी की है, इसमें हमने जो माइक्रोप्लास्टिक को तीन मीडियम में यूज किया है: एयर में, फ्रेश वाटर में, एंड सी में, और तीनों को हमें नॉर्मल सनलाइट में रखा और एक को आर्टिफिशियल लाइट में। उसके बाद हमें जो रिजल्ट मिले उसमें ये इंडिकेट होता है जो हमने सनलाइट में माइक्रोप्लास्टिक रखा था इन सी वाटर एंड फ्रेश वाटर, दैट सरफेस इज वेरी इरोडेड। सरफेस इरोडेड होने की वजह से, रफ होने की वजह से, दैट इज हाईली increase the surface area. At that surface area is attract the other toxic pollutants like heavy metal, different other pharmaceutical emerging contaminant, and that attract and bind with the microplastic. If this micro nanoplastic enter into your body, that is carry the different other toxic pollutant, that is means more toxic to the more toxic as a normal microplastic. And these are the some results that indicate that the freshwater system high concentration, that is adsorption capacity of in freshwater microplastic is higher as compared to virgin microplastic. Similar PA study indicate the freshwater microplastic that is highly eroded, highly increase the surface area. In this image that indicate the that's 3-month natural aging treatment that indicate that the surface area is increased after 3-month sunlight treatment, and that is erode the surface and rough the surface, that increase the adsorption efficiency of the different toxic pollutants. And these are the mechanism, binding mechanism of microplastic with other pollutants. Here this is the some metals, phosphate, ionic, and some organic and some inorganic. In inorganic, electrostatic interaction, hydrogen bonding, van der Waals, and surface precipitation, that is major important binding mechanism of toxic pollutants on the microplastic. And some organic like bisphenol A, organic dye, pesticides, personal care products, that is bind with the hydrophobic interaction, pore filling, pipe interaction, and physical binding interaction. These are the binding mechanism of different toxic pollutants with the microplastic, and then make the more dangerous to the microplastic and nanoplastic. And these are the some other study related to the microplastic like fibrous textile fibers, that is also converted to microplastic, and that is also toxic for the environment, their toxic impacts. And some acknowledging sport contribution, these are the research lab research scholar that is working in the field of water treatment and microplastic related, and these are the collaborator, and these are the funding related to the green material synthesis and removal of toxic personal care products. And these are the some one book published in microplastic in CRC press, and some other related to the pharmaceutical. And thank you. Avoid plastic and save earth. Everyone know prevention is better than cure, so avoid plastic, that is major role play in the save environment. Okay, thank you. Any query, any question?
Actually, the plastic you have seen various, overview which you have given about the plastic. But how about if we just imagine a scenario, we obsolete all the plastic of the earth. We are making now bridges using plastic. Do you think somewhere plastic is also good because we don't have to cut the wood?
Good.
We are making so many furniture of plastic. We are making beds of plastic. We are making even very big infrastructure of plastic. Otherwise, we would have used wood.
Okay.
If we are not cutting wood, we are saving that part. So what is?
But major, I think I agree with ma'am. Plastic is everyday life. That is a major part of our life. But management is major problem. I think management is proper, then plastic is easily manageable, and that is not converted into microplastic, nanoplastic, and then further not create the problem for the environment. So management, if we manage the proper way of plastic, and then we can resolve the all problems. Anyone? Any? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think you have rightly placed your talk in the end because the nutshell, the plastic management is the most important thing as on date today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your words have added depth to our understanding and urgency to our actions. Proceeding with the quote, यह अब हम सबको समझाएं, संदेश ये हम सब तक फैलाएं, आओ पर्यावरण बचाएं और धरती माँ का कर्ज चुकाएं. With this, I would like to invite our next speaker, Ashutosh Singh sir. He served SD. I would now request Aditi Basu Roy ma'am uh, to come and present her address. She is the principal of BRAD's International School, Greater Noida, UP, and the founding member and assistant secretary of Abha Mission for Social Health and Education NGO, advisor to Jago Bharat, a youth NGO working on SDG district, president of All India Principals Association, Gautam Budh Nagar, recipient of many national and global awards, a member of Global Edu Leaders Forum for Education and Peace. Ma'am, please.
Chatka. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank Amity University, Professor Tanu Jindal ma'am, for inviting me, this microbiotechnology, Department of Microbiotechnology, Professor Tanu Jindal ma'am, and Amity University for inviting me here. And also, I would like to really thank our partner, my brother Ashutosh, for Vigyan Bharati. Our school and myself as a part of this Swadeshi movement of science, Vigyan Bharati. Those who do not know about Vigyan Bharati should know. It is the Swadeshi Vigyan movement, Vigyan Bharati. So how science is, we have forgotten our forebears. I'm so happy that you're from Jagdish Chandra Bose Institute. Oh my God, I'm so happy that because he's my idol, Jagdish Chandra Bose, because he did not ask for his proclaim against Marconi. He did not file a case against Marconi when the radio was snatched from him and Marconi was given credit. And so he was the first one to identify the plants of life, Jagdish Chandra Bose. So these are the Indian scientists. They are amazing. So everybody, I should be attached to Vigyan Bharati, and ma'am is also a part of Vigyan Bharati. I'm so happy. And so I'm very happy at that under Vigyan Bharati, and under our school, ours is a Baha'i school affiliated Lotus Temple, New Delhi, and also my international connections. We are working for international stature, for sustainable development goal, for peace, for education, environment education, for a number of countries like Korea for peace, HWPL, Korea. We have collaborated with that. We have signed a MOU. We have a MOU with Brazilian government, and our students work for sustainable development goal for University of Vacaria, University of Santa Catarina, and many other universities of Brazil. And they really do a lot of projects under in collaboration with Brazil, and they have published their papers. A school student published their papers in the Journal of Brazil, and they have presented there. All thanks goes to our science project coordinator. We have a full-time science project coordinator, Shruti Divedi. There she is, and she conducts all these projects. And under her, every time we have a project, science project in our school. Like today, we have initiated science project of collecting e-waste, electronic waste, because e-waste recycle and e-waste is also a very big problem, and e-waste are mostly, they are made up of either silicon and plastic. So that is how to refurbish and how to recycle e-waste. Then they are collected whole of the district can dump their e-waste to our school, and we send it to our recycling agency, Delhi government recycling agency. So that one of the other projects we do, we are collaborated with the government of UP and Gautam Buddha Nagar, and with the forest department of Gautam Buddha Nagar, where we have donated 300 neem plants to the forest department of Gautam Buddha Nagar in 26 January. Every 26 January, our students go for nature walk to understand how Surajpur Sanctuary has changed. Have you visited Surajpur Sanctuary? Surajpur wetland? Please visit. And they understand how they have changed. So we do a lot of things. We are grads beyond grades. We don't care for grades. Only class 10 and 12. Other classes are free to think beyond grades. All right? So saying so, ladies and gentlemen, so let me take you to a tour in the time machine. Are you ready? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, tighten up seat belt. Be ready to take off on a journey on the time machine. So we are going. Welcome to the board. I am the pilot of this time machine, and you are flying from 2026, 55 years back. In which year? Which year you're going back? 1971. So here we go to Calcutta, 1971, or any other city of Delhi, 1971. All right? There we land in Calcutta. Oh my God, who is that girl? Small girl. With what is she carrying? That looks like a suitcase, but it's made of aluminium. She's in school uniform. Is she going to school with a suitcase? And see, her sister is also escorting her. She's at the back. And oh my God, where is their school bag? She's carrying a side bag of jute. Where are they carrying books? In the suitcase and this jute bag. Oh my God, somebody is carrying the clothes bag, also side bag, chola bag. And they are going to school. In cycle, somebody in rickshaw, somebody walking. Can't they afford cars? Oh my God, my dad has a very good big car. We go to school by car. But can't they afford? And let's go to their school. So these children reach school. And in the school, they found there's no plastic chair. My God. In the library, they have cane mora instead of plastic chairs. They have wooden chairs. Where are plastic bottles? None of them are carrying plastic water bottle. Don't they drink water? अरे ये तो पानी नल से पी रहे हैं, बीमार नहीं पड़ेंगे क्या? अरे ये सब नल से पानी पी रहे हैं, ये तो अच्छा स्कूल है, दिस इज अ गुड स्कूल. नल का पानी पी रहे हैं ये लोग. किसी के पास प्लास्टिक वाटर बॉटल नहीं है. ठीक है, छुट्टी हो गया, अब देखते हैं ये कहाँ जाते हैं. जाते जाते वो देखते हैं कुछ बच्चे खेलते हैं. Alright? So what are they playing in the park? Somebody is playing stapu, somebody playing pittu, somebody gulli danda, somebody kancha, but all of them are out in the afternoon, in the evening for playing. अरे देखो उधर कुछ बच्चे ये खेल रहे हैं, फुटबॉल खेल रहे हैं, चलो तो देखें. अरे ये तो नंगा पैर कीचड़ में फुटबॉल खेल रहे हैं. इनको चोट नहीं आएगा क्या? इनका जंप्स नहीं लगेगा क्या? Yes, darling, they'll go home, wash their hands and wash their feet, and they know because they have tandurusti, immunity. Any of you, because all of here I can see that's all young people. Any of you remember those childhood of ours? किसी को याद आता है हमारे childhood we had very less of plastic. Only in the mid 70s and the late 70s, plastic became a symbol of modernism. मैं तब क्लास 6th में से 7th में थी, then अचानक मेरे घर में प्लास्टिक बोतल आए. वाटर बॉटल नहीं, पानी ले जाना है, ओके, समर वेकेशन में, समर में. एंड देन 70s, लेट 70s, प्लास्टिक वाटर बॉटल आए, प्लास्टिक बर्तन आए, प्लास्टिक वो, प्लास्टिक खिलौना. वी यूज्ड टू play with wooden block. We used to make with mud, clay, different things. And if you remember, आप जो बच्चे हो वो अपने दादा दादी से पूछना उनका जिंदगी में प्लास्टिक कितना था. So it's not that उस समय आदमी नहीं थे उस समय, but because the Western world, they the plastic captured the Western world during the इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन. उसके बाद जब प्लास्टिक का ये आया ड्यूरिंग फ्रैक्शनल डिस्टिलेशन ऑफ पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, ये लास्ट प्रोडक्ट जो बिटुमिन मिला उससे क्या बनाए, somebody made plastic. उस समय हमारे बचपन में there are two synthetic material, one was टेरिलिन का शर्ट and that was also show off. अभी कोई टेरिलिन का शर्ट पहनता है? And one was क्या बोलते हम, क्या साड़ी पहनते थे मम्मी लोग कभी कभी, नाइलॉन एंड ऑल पॉलिएस्टर, पॉलिएस्टर की कपड़ा, नाइलॉन की कपड़ा, दैट वाज द मोस्ट फैशनेबल थिंग्स. आजकल कोई पहनता है कोई? इट्स सो, आई मीन वेरी वेरी अनकंफर्टेबल, इजंट इट? तो मानो तो तुम्हें प्लास्टिक बकेट सर पे उठा के ले जाना है, सर पे घुस के, हेलमेट की जगह प्लास्टिक बकेट. इट्स सो अनकंफर्टेबल. छाता की बदले में प्लास्टिक बकेट, uncomfortable too. So my question is, all of them has spoken about the toxicity. Toxic मतलब क्या है? Poison. और बहुत बोले प्लास्टिक हमें अभी इनकार नहीं कर सकते, शायद अभी नहीं, बट ऑल्टरनेटिव ढूंढ सकते हैं. फर्स्ट थिंग इज दैट जो प्लास्टिक हम यूज कर रहे हैं अभी, okay, how much of them are necessary? Can we not find an alternative like this water bottle? Can you not carry to school? अभी मैं यूरोप से, you know, my students and teachers, I've just returned from Europe this year. यूरोप में I was in Hyatt in France. उसमें हम नल की पानी पीते थे. Can we not think about that? मैंने बोले आप don't you have not given me water, आपने पानी नहीं दिया रूम में. तो बोले मैम आप क्या स्पार्कलिंग वाटर पीते हैं क्या, फाउंटेन वाटर पीते हैं? बोले नहीं, प्लेन पानी वाटर इन अ बॉटल. वी हैव ग्लासेस इन योर रूम, हैव इट इन द टैप. नल से पानी पीजिए. हमको हाँ नल है, बाथरूम में है. पूरा यूरोप ऐसे नल की पानी पीते हैं. ऑलराइट, तो ये संभव है. पूरा यूरोप, फ्रांस एंड नेदरलैंड्स, आई हैव बीन टू नेदरलैंड्स आल्सो, आप लोग को पता है, पूरा साइकिल में घूमता है. अमीर की बच्चे साइकिल में घूमते हैं, उनके पास बहुत महंगा साइकिल होता है. तो जेनो सर को देखे हो, कन्याकुमारी से साइकिल में हमारे स्कूल आए, जेनो वैंडरजाम, नीदरलैंड वाले. तो वो हमारे स्कूल तक साइकिल में आए. उनके लिए साइकिल, उनके साइकिल कितना महंगा जानते हो? 5 लाख की साइकिल है, उसमें तो गाड़ी आ जाएगी. वो पागल है क्या, इंडिया में आके गाड़ी ना खरीद के साइकिल खरीदे है? बिकॉज that is their responsibility to the planet Earth. यूरोप सबसे सुंदर कॉन्टिनेंट क्यों है? Because they are the most responsible people on the earth, not Americans. अमेरिकन लोग नहीं है responsible. Europeans है responsible because the mother earth mattered to them. It's the most beautiful continent, Europe. इसीलिए, because वो प्यार करते हैं मदर अर्थ से. So cycling is not कोई भी कैंपस यूनिवर्सिटी यूरोप में गाड़ी अलाउड नहीं है अंदर. आप एक जगह गाड़ी रखो और फिर पैदल चलो. फ्रांस में तो मेन सिटी का जो सीन का जो किनारा है, यू कैन नॉट गो इन अ कार, यू हैव टू पुट योर व्हीकल एंड वॉक. कहीं पे दूर में रख के चलो, पैदल चलो सब जगह. कोरिया में भी वो दम देखे, सब पैदल जाते हैं. हमारे देश में शर्म आता है पैदल जाना, गरीब लोग खड़ी पैदल जाते हैं, साइकिल में गरीब लोग जाते हैं. ऐसा नहीं है, इट इज मेंटालिटी. एंड सो वी आर नॉट गिविंग अवे विद अ सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक. एंड दे ऑल आर टॉकिंग अबाउट लीचिंग. लीचिंग क्या होता है? प्लास्टिक जब घिस जाता है उनकी से निकलता है प्लास्टिक, और वो माइक्रो प्लास्टिक हो जाता है, नैनो प्लास्टिक हो जाता है. कहाँ जा रहा है अभी देखते हैं. चलो अब हम जल्दी खत्म करेंगे. because you are tired. चलो भविष्य में जाते हैं. कितने दिन में भविष्य में ट्रैवल करना चाहते हैं? चलो अभी फिर से चलोगे? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here again we are on the time machine. Now we are going to the future. We are going to 2040. All right? Keep your seat belt fixed. Sit straight. And let's go. हम अभी आ पहुंचे हैं दिल्ली की राजधानी में, दिल्ली में, भारत की राजधानी में. अब 2040 में, अरे इसमें तो सब लोग स्कूल जाते हैं, सब कॉलेज जाते हैं, कोई आवारा लड़का लड़की घूम नहीं रहा है. कितना सुंदर है दिल्ली. वाह, इतना सुंदर. मेरा देश इतना सुंदर. रास्ता, सब बिल्डिंग एकदम नेदरलैंड्स की तरह एक डिजाइन में, व्हाइट कलर का. लग रहा है सीपी में पहुंच गए. नहीं नहीं, ये पूरा दिल्ली ऐसा है, ये सीपी नहीं है. पूरा दिल्ली तो कॉर्नर प्लेस की तरह देखने में लग रहा है. ओ माय गॉड, इट्स सच अ ब्यूटीफुल सिटी. वो कौन खांस रहा है उधर? खांस रहा है एक आदमी. खांसते हैं, वो जाते हैं. खांस क्यों रहे हो? बिकॉज आई गॉट एम्फाइसेमा. हमारे एम्फाइसेमा हुआ. डॉक्टर बोले हैं मेरे फेफड़े और मेरी जो एल्वियोली है वो नैनोप्लास्टिक माइक्रोप्लास्टिक्स में भर गए हैं. हम सांस नहीं ले पाते ठीक से. हम जितना भी लोग इधर है रोड साइड में रहते हैं, वो सारे नैनोप्लास्टिक माइक्रोप्लास्टिक इनहेल करते हैं. हम सांस नहीं ले पाते. अरे देखो, यहाँ तो हॉस्पिटल्स कुछ बढ़ गया ना. कितना पूरा सारी कॉलोनी में हॉस्पिटल्स है. ये सारे तो कैंसर हॉस्पिटल लगता है. चलो देखें, इतना कैंसरस. डॉक्टर साहब, इतना कैंसर हॉस्पिटल दिल्ली में क्यों बढ़ गया है? मैं तो 15 साल पहले नहीं देखी इसको, 20 साल पहले नहीं देखी. क्या बताए. टॉक्सिसिटी, प्लास्टिक टॉक्सिसिटी से इतना म्यूटेशंस और इतना कार्सिनोजेनिक सेल्स. कार्सिनोजन कहाँ बोलते हैं? कैंसर किसको बोलते हैं? अनरेगुलेटेड, इरेगुलर डिवीजन ऑफ सेल. सेल डिवीजन का एक रेगुलेशन होता है. इट इज रेगुलेटेड. एक सेल, इसमें से 2 सेल बनेगा. इसका एक जेनेटिक रेगुलेशन होता है, रेगुलेटरी जीन होता है. तो वो सारे बदल गया. अब जहां तहां मल्टीपल हो रहा है उनका सेल्स, बिकॉज ऑफ द टॉक्सिक केमिकल्स. पूरा टॉक्सिसिटी में भर गया है. स्टमक में पूरा अस्तर जम गया है. इन्होंने दिखाया जैसे पूरा अस्तर. कटारिया सर, डॉक्टर कटारिया दिखाए, अस्तर जम गए हैं. जो खाना खाओगे वो एब्जॉर्प्शन नहीं होगा, आपका एंजाइम सिक्रीशन नहीं होगा, बिकॉज नैनोप्लास्टिक और माइक्रोप्लास्टिक्स में आपका अंदर भर गया है. अगर हम आज इस अर्थ डे में शपथ ना ले कि हम प्लास्टिक को बर्बाद, मतलब बहुत अनयूजुअली और अनजजमेंटली व्यवहार नहीं करेंगे, उनको बिना सोचे समझे सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक को रिफ्यूज करेंगे. वी रिफ्यूज टू यूज. वो जो दीदी, ये लोग जो लेके जा रहा है पानी का बॉटल, वो हम नहीं लेके जा सकते अभी. इंस्टेड ऑफ ये ग्लास की बॉटल तुमसे टूट जाएगा. स्टील का बॉटल ले जाओ, और बॉटल ले जाओ. बॉटल लेने की जरूरत नहीं है. यू कैरी अ ग्लास, अ टम्बलर and drink from the water. We have very, very beautiful water in school. RO water है. तो आपको बॉटल लेके जाने की क्या जरूरत है? और दूसरी बात है, जो बोल रहे हैं माइक्रोवेव में जो भी प्लास्टिक गर्म करते हो, when plastic is heated, all right, प्लास्टिक हमने बहुत सारे लोग बोले ना मोनोमर से पॉलीमर बनता है. आपको इसमें फ्रैक्शनल डिस्टिलेशन से मोनोमर का ये मिलता है, बिटुमिन और रेजिन मिलता है. उसमें से कनेक्ट करके बड़ा बड़ा चेन बनाते हैं, उसको कहते हैं पॉलीमर. तो प्लास्टिक पॉलीमर्स जो, वो जब केमिकल रिएक्शन होता है, वो जो टूटता है हीटेड, मतलब हीट देने से एंडोथर्मिक रिएक्शन में जो टूट जाता है, दे मेक क्या? पॉइजन्स, मतलब टॉक्सिक. ये टॉक्सिसिटी से आपका बिल्कुल सारे सिस्टम खत्म होगा, क्योंकि पॉइजन तो ठीक है, तो हमें सोचना पड़ेगा, हम प्लास्टिक कंटेनर माइक्रोवेव में यूज नहीं करेंगे। और जो प्लास्टिक कंटेनर में खाना आता है स्विगी जोमेटो में, अभी हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे, वो प्लास्टिक कंटेनर जो है उसको इमीडिएटली हम ट्रांसफर कर लेंगे अपना स्टील की बर्तन में या अपना जो कांच की और पोर्सिलेन की बर्तन में। बेस्ट इज टू यूज, सबके लिए हमें रिसोर्स तो चाहिए, बिकॉज धरती एक अर्थ एक। अब जो भी व्यवहार करेंगे उसको तो पोर्सिलेन अर्थ से ही लेना पड़ेगा, सब कुछ अर्थ से नहीं, वुड अर्थ से ही लेना पड़ेगा। तो हम सब कुछ का संतुलन नहीं बना सकते हैं। प्लास्टिक का भी सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक बैन नहीं कर सकते हैं। सो वी कैन ग्रो इट, सम ऑफ द केसेस वी कैन टेक। हिस्ट्री किस लिए होता है, हिस्ट्री क्यों पढ़ते हो? पुराना से हम अपना लेसन लेते हैं, सीखते हैं। ठीक है, अगर हमारे पुराने बिरादरी से कुछ हम लेसन ले, कुछ हम सीख ले, तो उसमें बुराइयां क्या है? कुछ दूसरे देशों से सीख ले। वेद में बोला गया, आनो भद्रा पश्चंतु येन विश्वत, ऋग्वेद में बोला गया, आनो भद्रा पश्चंतु य विश्वतो, लेट नोबल थॉट कम्स टू अस फ्रॉम ऑल डायरेक्शन। सारे विश्व से हम सीखे, सारे विश्व की हम गुरु है, सारे विश्व को भी गुरु बनाए। ठीक है, ये हमारे वेदा में हजारों साल, 10,000 साल पहले लिखा गया है कि लेट नोबल थॉट कम फ्रॉम ऑल डायरेक्शन। सो लेट इट कम फ्रॉम ऑल डायरेक्शन। तुमने इतना भी देखे हो, इतना सुंदर। आई जस्ट वांटेड दैट हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नाउ वांट टू हैव अ 2030 दैट यू विजुअलाइज नाउ? कितने लोग चाहते हो? अभी 2013 खासोगे, पूरा प्लास्टिक से कवर होगा, वैसे चाहते हो? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू विल स्टॉप यूजिंग सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक आज से? दिखाओ, सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक कितने लोग बंद करोगे? हमारे स्कूल में तो बंद है, इट्स नो सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक। लेकिन घर में मेरा दो बड़ा बड़ा ये है, बोरा है, उसमें सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक भरा रहता है। घर में क्या करोगे? एंड ऑल्सो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू विल नॉट यूज प्लास्टिक बर्तन, प्लास्टिक की बर्तन नहीं यूज करोगे माइक्रोवेव में? कितने लोग नहीं यूज करोगे? गरम खाना कितने लोग माइक्रोवेव में नहीं रखोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं रखना है। ठीक है, सो ये सब, और जो बहुत अच्छे क्वालिटी का प्लास्टिक होता है उसको हम अभी व्यवहार कर सकते हैं टिल वी डू नॉट फाइंड अ ऑल्टरनेटिव। आई एम श्योर देयर विल बी ऑल्टरनेटिव। मैडम लोग, सारे लोग, इतने साइंटिस्ट, इतना केमिस्ट, इतना बायोलॉजिस्ट, इतना एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट रिसर्च कर रहे हैं पूरा दुनिया में टू मेक दिस वर्ल्ड अ बेटर वर्ल्ड फॉर यू। हम तो गए किसके लिए? तुम्हारे लिए, ताकि तुम अच्छे से रहो, तुम्हारा बीमारी ना हो, तुम अच्छे से पढ़ो लिखो। 2040 में तो कोई बच्चा घूमेगा नहीं, एनईपी पूरा इंप्लीमेंट हो जाएगा। लेकिन आज के लिए हम अभी जो बोल रहे हैं आपको सुनना पड़ेगा। यस, ठीक है, प्रॉमिस, पक्का प्रॉमिस। आप सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक नहीं यूज करेंगे, खाना माइक्रोवेव में कांच के बर्तन में गर्म करेंगे, और जितना हो सके प्लास्टिक की करके मेटल, कम बैक टू मेटल, कम बैक टू वुड। लेकिन सबकी एक संतुलन रखना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज एवरीथिंग वी आर टेकिंग फ्रॉम मदर अर्थ। सब कुछ मदर अर्थ से लेते हैं, कोई भी चीज हमें बिना सोचे चमचे नहीं लेना चाहिए। सो देर आर 5 R, 3 R था पहले, अभी 5 R किसको किसको पता है? स्कूल में सबको बोला गया 5 R। फर्स्ट इज रिफ्यूज। किसको किसको पता है 5 R? श्रुति नहीं, कौन बोलोगे 5 R? कौन बोलोगे? बोलो। फर्स्ट इज रिफ्यूज। मैं बोल दी, यस बोलो, रिफ्यूज। देन फर्स्ट, एक एक करके श्रुति बोल दो। श्रुति, यू हैव अ माइक। फर्स्ट, रिफ्यूज प्लास्टिक, reduce the use of plastic, then reuse whenever refurbish और refresh, उसको फिर से यूज कीजिए, रिफर्बिश करके उसको फेंकिए नहीं, एंड देन जब फेंकने लायक हो जाए तब रिसाइकिल कीजिए। पहले ही हमें रिसाइकिल करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। हमारे स्कूल के बच्चे प्लास्टिक से ब्रिक्स, सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक से इको ब्रिक्स बनाते हैं। आज टाइम नहीं था, नेक्स्ट टाइम कभी आएंगे तो हम जरूर दिखाएंगे सूती के अंडर इन लोग कितनी सुंदर इको ब्रिक्स बनाते हैं। उससे स्टूल बनता है, टेबल बनता है, कितना कुछ बनता है। आपको फेंकने की जरूरत नहीं है, रीयूज की जरूरत नहीं है, उसको यूज कीजिए, रीयूज कीजिए, रिसाइकल करने की जरूरत नहीं। थैंक यू सो मच एंड थैंक यू अगेन फॉर कॉलिंग मी आशुतोष। थैंक यू सो मच एंड मैम थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
टाइम मशीन में लेके गए, मजा आया बहुत ज्यादा। और हमें आगे फ्यूचर का भी पता चल गया, अगर हम लोग अभी जागरूक नहीं हुए तो हमारे फ्यूचर में सबको कुछ ना कुछ डिजीज होने वाला है। इनफैक्ट यू नो बच्चों, हमारे जब बर्थडे होते थे बचपन में तो सारी कॉलोनी को बुलाते थे, और जब खाना बनता था तो स्टील के बर्तन बाहर आते थे, उसी में खाना खाते थे और धुल के वापस रख जाते थे वो। फिर जब पहली बार मैंने देखा कि भाई ये तो स्टिग्मा है, स्टील का बर्तन यूज करना स्टिग्मा है, आपको डिस्पोजेबल में खाना है, उसी टाइम मेरे को माइंड में क्लिक करा, डिस्पोजेबल में एक पार्टी में 100 प्लेट डिस्पोजल, पूरे वर्ल्ड में 100 प्लेट निकलेगा, इतना एक उससे 1000 करोड़ों, तो क्या होगा आप देखिए ना। समुद्र में प्लास्टिक, हर जगह प्लास्टिक हो गया। हमारे आयुर्वेदा में, वैदिक साइंस में कोई भी ऐसा डिस्कवरी नहीं करा था जो सस्टेनेबल ना हो। पुराने जमाने में आपने कभी फ्रिज का सुना है किसी वैदिक ऋषि में, किसी उसमें स्क्रिप्चर में, किसी पुराण में? नहीं ना। फ्रिज में जो हम खाना रख रख के खाते हैं वो विष है, उसके अंदर जो गैस है वो सारा उसके अंदर मिलता है, वो विष है। सस्टेनेबल फ्रेश खाना खाओ, फ्रेश बनाओ, अपना बर्तन खुद धो। मैं साउथ में गई, हम लोग ये क्या डिस्पोजल ग्लास में हम पानी पीते हैं। यहाँ पर साउथ इंडिया में इतना बड़ा कॉन्फ्रेंस था ओशन साइंस का, बड़े बड़े मिनिस्टर आए थे, एक गिलास रखा हुआ था, बस एक गिलास, वाटर जग के वाटर, सब ऊपर से पानी पी रहे थे, एक गिलास। मैं तो हैरान रह गई, मैंने कहा मैं तो जिंदगी में ऊपर से पानी नहीं पिया कभी। लेकिन ये देखिए ना, सस्टेनेबल। सो सारी सस्टेनेबल चीजों को अपनाइए, प्लास्टिक की चीजें तो अपने आप ही खत्म हो जाएगी। देखो हम लोग कहते हैं आजकल सस्टेनेबिलिटी, सस्टेनेबिलिटी क्या है? सिंपल लिविंग, हाई थिंकिंग। हाँ, नाउ आई इनवाइट आशुतोष जी for rounding up, summing up, who is the man behind this conference. Please,
Sir, please join us and grace the stage.
आप सभी को नमस्कार। मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है बोलने के लिए कुछ बचा नहीं है। सुबह से बहुत विद्वजनों ने बहुत लंबी चौड़ी बातें कर ली हैं। आप सभी को अर्थ डे 2026 के अवसर पे प्लास्टिक टॉक्सिसिटी टू अर्थ एंड इकोसिस्टम मिटिगेशन, इस प्रकार की जो एक टाइटल है, इस पे एक दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस थी। इस कार्यक्रम में एमआईटी यूनिवर्सिटी, विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्रालय, विज्ञान भारती और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरमेंट एंड फॉरेस्ट क्लाइमेट चेंज, इनके कोलैबोरेशन में कार्यक्रम हुआ था। आप सभी लोग जानते हैं कि अर्थ डे का महत्व और इस कार्यक्रम की जो थीम टाइटल बताई गई है, जैसे महत्वपूर्ण विषय पे एकत्र हुए हमारी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में एक अगर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय देखा जाए तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर एकत्र हुए। ऐसे पृथ्वी हमारी माता है, किंतु आज माता प्लास्टिक प्रदूषण से पीड़ित है। नदियां, समुद्र, वन, खेत और वायु सभी प्लास्टिक कचरे से प्रभावित हैं और सूक्ष्म प्लास्टिक कण जल, भोजन और मानव शरीर तक पहुंच चुके हैं, जो पर्यावरण और स्वास्थ्य दोनों के लिए गंभीर संकट है। प्रकृति हमें जीवन देती है, इसलिए उसकी रक्षा करना हमारा मानव धर्म है, कर्तव्य है। और नैतिक शिष्टाचार के नाते देखा जाए कि आज पर्यावरण संरक्षण एक बहुत आयामी आयाम बन के पूरे देश भर में सभी शिक्षण संस्थानों, शोध संस्थानों के माध्यम से पर्यावरण को कैसे संरक्षित किया जा सकता है, इस विषय पे कार्य सभी आम नागरिक को भी अपनी जिज्ञासा को आगे लेके आना चाहिए और एक शिष्टाचार नागरिक का भावना से इस कर्तव्य को पालन करना चाहिए। प्रिय साथियों, परिवर्तन छोटी छोटी आदतों से ही आता है। यदि हर व्यक्ति एक कदम बढ़ाए तो धरती का विश्व सुरक्षित हो सकता है। और मैं बहुत कम समय में अपनी बातों को समाप्त करूंगा। आइए हम संकल्प लें, स्वच्छ पृथ्वी, हरित जगत और प्लास्टिक मुक्त भारत से ही हम विकसित भारत बना सकते हैं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय पृथ्वी। धन्यवाद।
As we arrive at the conclusion of the enriching and insightful conference, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who truly made this truly meaningful. On behalf of AITSM Amity University, I extend my sincere thanks to our distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, and all the participants for making this conference a grand success. We are deeply honored by the presence and guidance of our respected dignitaries whose vision and leadership continue to inspire us. Our sincere appreciation to all the speakers whose valuable insights have enriched our understanding of plastic toxicity and sustainable solution. I would also like to thank the organizing team, volunteers, and everyone behind the scene whose effort made this event seamless. Let us carry forward to today's discussion into meaningful actions for a plastic free, sustainable future. With this, we conclude today's conference, but let our commitment to the earth continue every day. Thank you all once again. Have a wonderful day ahead.
तो आपके लिए फेलिसिटेशन थैंक यू सो मच आप मेरे घर से आए